Hello. Oh, how's it going, guys? Hello, hello. Oh, it's a wet, wet, wet day at Spa. Oh, yes. It's going to be a spicy one, guys. It's going to be a spicy one. How's it going? Morning. It's afternoon for me here, but yes, welcome everyone. We do have a wet Spa at this moment in time. We thought it may be, and yes, we do have it raining at the moment. Look at that indicator there. Yes, it is raining. I'm watching the TV coverage, and it is fully coming down at the moment. So will we see a postponement of this race? Hopefully not, but they are, of course, very risk-averse, aren't they, now these days with the lack of visibility. So we will see. Hopefully it's not, and hopefully we get a standing start. If not, I bet Lando Norris is hoping for most definitely a safety car start so that he can control the pace of the race. But yes, very wet out there at the moment. But welcome, everyone. Hope you're good. Yeah, we're going to have a look at the weather at DRS. We are going to have a look at the weather. Pit exit closed. We do have multiple drivers starting from the pit lane as well. So I think really our usual thing of looking at the strategy options are pretty kind of useless today because it's starting as a wet race. So we're not going to have a look at the dry strategy options that are available to us. Everyone pretty much has every single tyre of choice that they want today, but we'll have a look, of course, at the race pace and the green flag, safety car, pit stop loss, and of course the all-important weather, because yes, it is indeed raining heavily at this moment in time. So, but doing very well, thank you. Doing very well. Just sighting laps at the moment. Yeah, well, they seem to have come to an end now, so we'll get straight into the weather report and that in a second. As Ollie Behrman makes his way, the last driver round to his grid slot. So yes, if you're just joining us today, there is brand new information that we have Fernando Alonso, Kimi Antonelli, Lewis Hamilton and Carlos Sainz all starting from the pit lane today. Hamilton, Antonelli and Alonso have brand new power units in their car. Carlos Sainz is purely setup choice. So they've decided to put Carlos Sainz starting from the pit lane. He was starting 15th anyway, so he's only going to be starting 2 positions down from where he initially was supposed to. So yeah. Thank you, Ricolis. Much appreciated. Sunny Namibia. Well, it's definitely not sunny here at Spa. It is raining at the moment. And I'll tell you what, because normally we are live a little bit earlier. But let's jump straight in, shall we, into the weather report for today. So I just need to set this up. So let me grab the weather report. There we go. Here we go, guys. This is the weather radar. So this is Spa right here in the middle of your track, in the middle of your screen. That is all rain. That is now. And look, red is heavier. Red is heavy rain. Where can you see the red is heavy rain. An hour into the race, it's going to be a wet one today. So, yeah, will we get a postponement of the race potentially? I mean, it's just kind of going below it, but still. A lot more heavy rain. Just a little bit of rain. But it could mean that the first half of the race is wet and the second half is drying conditions. So we'll see. We'll see. But I'd rather it stay wet throughout, to be honest with you. Because otherwise we're just going to get a single dry line and something akin to what we saw at Australia, Melbourne, where no one can really overtake offline. So hope any spectators are prepared. They look it. They most definitely look it. This level of rain will stay for 35 to 40 minutes is what Lewis Hamilton has just been told. And that's really what we're seeing here. So, yeah, very, very wet today. So, really, the expected strategies these are pointless because it's all to do with, of course, if there were a dry conditions. So not really worth it at the moment. Tyres available. Everyone has pretty much the same level of tyres available. Some have more softs available than others. So that's all irrelevant. This is still kind of a little bit irrelevant as well because wet conditions, but we know McLaren's the quickest. We know Red Bull is second quickest. Ferrari and Mercedes are languishing at the moment. And, of course, the usual suspects towards the back. But this is intriguing. This is it, guys. This is it. So, here we go. Green flag conditions. 18.5 seconds is the pit stop loss time here. Under safety car conditions, 11 seconds. So that's a 7.5 second difference under as the safety car and VSC. So something to keep an eye on today. We are going to see a lot of safety cars today, I think, unfortunately. We could even see red flags. But yeah, is anyone else changing? Yeah, I'm surprised Esteban Ocon. So they're just talking about the grid at the moment. They're talking to Ollie Behrman, and Ollie Behrman and Esteban Ocon have gone for obviously very different setups. Ollie Behrman has got a very big rear-loaded wing for obviously these wet conditions. Esteban Ocon has an almost flat rear wing, and I'm surprised they haven't switched that on Esteban Ocon's car and maybe got him to start from the pit lane, even though he is starting 11th, because that's going to be super tricky for Esteban Ocon to keep that car pointed in a straight line. So yeah, we'll see how that fares for a number of the drivers. Just got here, are there any grid penalties? So there's no, well, there are penalties, Josh. We have 4 drivers starting from the pit lane at the moment. We have Fernando Alonso, Lewis Hamilton, who is the other one I said? Kimi Antonelli and Carlos Sainz. Kimi Antonelli, Lewis Hamilton and Alonso have changed brand new power units. That's why they're starting from the pit lane. And Carlos Sainz has changed his setup. So he's probably gone to a more wet-dependent setup, as it is currently tipping it down there at Spa on the grid with 24 minutes remaining until we get the formation lap underway. If it gets underway, of course, we'll keep you updated on whether there's any postponements today. The hole to finish first you must finish. Exactly. With Lando and Oscar locking out the front row for McLaren and rain threatening every lap, will team orders come into play, or will we see an all-out inter-team battle at Spa? Team orders are not even in question now, Gamer, because McLaren, after yesterday, now have more than double the amount of points to Ferrari in second place in the Constructors. The Constructors is completely and utterly wrapped up for them. That's in the bag, so they are free to allow their drivers to fight it out for the championship. And thankfully, that is very, very good news for us fans. So yeah, no team orders will be at play. Get that out of your head. So they've already said that really each side of the garage is allowed to devise different strategy options and undercut, overcut, etc. So that's entirely up to them. So. What do I think of how many positions Lewis will gain today? Oh, I don't know. I mean, if there's one day where someone from the pit lane can finish on the podium, like we saw Nico Hülkenberg, who started 19th at Silverstone, today is the day because of the weather conditions. So, yeah, Lewis would have been hoping. I did watch the driver parade earlier, and he was saying he was really hoping that it was going to be wet weather conditions today. A lot wetter than it was when they was on their driver's parade, because it means that there's more opportunity for him, and of course those starting in the pit lane with strategy and of course many things. But if you're looking at the weather radar now, it was dry earlier. It did rain this morning. The F3 feature race unfortunately was postponed. The F2 race did get to finish, but it did end under red flag conditions and prematurely by around a lap, I think it was. And today it looks like that we could end up with a postponement of the race, or at least a safety car start. So we'll see. How many drivers will finish the race? That's a good question. That is a good question. Should we do that? Because I'm going to end the poll of how many people think. Obviously, you guys, it's pretty neck and neck between Norris and Piastri and Verstappen, actually. Oh, a lot of you have faith in Verstappen. And yes, don't rule him out, of course, because he is running a more wet-dependent setup. He was a lot slower in the quicker sectors, the faster sectors yesterday, where top line speed was important. So, yes, don't rule out Max Verstappen getting in the way here. But he is starting fourth, and he needs to get past Charles Leclerc at the start, because Leclerc is starting third. But I'm going to end that poll. Let's do another one and see, yeah, how many drivers do you think will finish? How many drivers will finish. Let's go, everyone. Let's go. Yeah, let's go like 18 to 2 retirements. Let's go 15. And then let's go less than... Hang on then. Let's go everyone less than 18. Less than 15. And then let's go really crazy, less than 10. Is it saying heavy rain at the start? It is, yes. I mean, it's quite heavy rain at the moment, to be fair. And as we always know, it's not the fact of the drivers are not capable of driving in these conditions. That is not why we see postponements of races. It's not why we see red flags. It's purely because of visibility. We saw it in Silverstone, where Isaac Hadjar went straight into the back of Kimi Antonelli, and that is what they are always worried about. And the drivers... It's all well and good looking at it from an onboard shot from the Halo, as an example. When you look at the actual camera inside the helmet, have a look at them driving in the rain and look at how much lack of visibility they actually have. That is a true testament to what, obviously, the drivers are seeing. That's a proper POV. And, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't like to drive in those conditions and with that lack of visibility. So... with the clear Verstappen lined up behind the McLarens and the rain set to shake things up, will Ferrari crack under pressure or will Red Bull outsmart them in chaos? I don't know. Look, I think personally, if the McLarens get ahead, I think if the McLarens are both intact and ahead down into turn 5 at the end of the first lap, I think they'll drive off into the distance because they're just so comfortable. They're so well balanced. These are the sort of conditions where the more downforce on the car, the quicker they are. We saw, obviously, the difference in strategy and setup, in race setup, that Max Verstappen, he had one opportunity yesterday to try and win that race, and he took it with that slingshot up into turn 5, Lecum. If it wasn't for that, he wouldn't have won that race. He potentially could have maybe... would he have held off Lando Norris? Probably would have held off Lando Norris, to be fair, because we saw Oscar Piastri not be able to get past him, but maybe Lando would have been a bit more aggressive trying to get past him than maybe Oscar was, because it would have been another place, less of a point lost. But yeah, still, like, there was one opportunity yesterday. Today is not that. There's going to be lots of opportunities, but they're going to need something probably. They're going to need something probably like. They're going to need something like the McLarens to muck up, really, for them to really have an opportunity of the race win. So, and the McLarens are primarily, they're focused on themselves and who finishes ahead. It's almost like a match play situation. The only driver you're really focused on is your teammate. So at the moment, you have put £20 on both Haas cars to finish in the points. Both seem pretty confident qualifications. Oh, that's a tall order, Blair. It is a tall order for one of them in particular, Esteban Ocon, because he has got, like, no downforce on his car. So, interesting. Who do I think will be the first person to retire a DNF? Who knows? Who knows, to be honest with you? It could be anyone. It could be absolutely anyone. There's lots of... I'm worried for Esteban Ocon. I don't know who else is running a really low downforce setup, but I think Ocon's really going to struggle. And I think I'm really surprised they haven't decided to start him from the pit lane, considering these weather conditions. They've gambled, of course, on maybe there being dry conditions. This is not the circuit where you want a rear, and these conditions is not where you want a rear skinny wing. So, in the F2 race, you saw Sebastian Montoya spin and do 3-4 rotations and carry on. Hey Stefano, I'm very well, thank you. I'm very well. Hope you're all doing well too. So yes, thank you guys. We have 17 minutes until the race gets underway. And well, the big news is that it is raining at Spa. This is the weather report here, as you can see. And well, I'm watching the TV coverage. Everyone's got their brollies out. And well, this is the rain. Green is light rain. Yellow is heavier. And then red and yellow and orange is quite considerable. And you can see there, but really... it's going to be wet for at least probably the first hour of this race. We could see some red flags with postponements. We could see, I think, no doubt, safety cars from drivers colliding or going off. We know Eau Rouge. This is where Eau Rouge... there's been, of course, criticisms of Eau Rouge itself from Radion where really the... where really it's not really a corner anymore. The drivers just go flat through there. It's just a little turn of the wheel. This is where now Eau Rouge becomes an actual corner. This is where there's a bit more treachery as you head down into that corner, especially where there's the water gathers at the bottom as well. So, yeah, really going to be interesting. Is it really Spa without rain? I know. We saw, obviously, a bit of a boring sprint race yesterday. We thought we was going to get rain Friday. We thought we was going to get rain yesterday. No, it all ended up for, obviously, the main race today. And that's where we truly wanted it, isn't it? That's where we truly wanted it. So, yeah, really going to be interesting. I'm looking forward to it. We've got 15 minutes remaining. We're still yet to wait. Of course, still some time yet until we find out what the procedure is going to be. Is there going to be a safety car start? Is there going to be a postponement of the race? Hopefully there's not at least a postponement. I'm banking on unfortunately, a safety car start. But Lando Norris will be wanting that. That's what he'll be wanting, so. Rank coming at the start, 2007 Nürburgring vibes. Oh, yeah, maybe. Try and put in the Ferrari t-shirt, let verify the curse. No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Not going to do it. Right. Oh, the guy doing the anthem is dressed in a tuxedo and with an umbrella being held above him, so. Right, so yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. So keep an eye out, of course, on the pit lane lost time. Safety car VSC, 11 seconds, so 7.5 second advantage. Quite a short pit lane here, only 18.5 seconds. That's why we sometimes see the two-stop strategy be implemented here, even though it is a very long track. It's because, obviously, you lose not a lot of time in the pit lane compared to somewhere like Imola, where it's almost 30 seconds. It makes, obviously, that two-stop strategy look... makes it look less attractive, whereas here it is more attractive. So, interestingly enough, 2014 to 2017, I don't know why it's only showing 3 years. We had no VSCs from 2014 to 2017. I'm not sure why there's no more data than that, but that's quite interesting. Who led the 2007 Nürburgring race in his only F1 appearance? Oh, I don't know. I can't remember that far back. So, either afternoon, Rob, good to see you. Would I consider Fernando a GOAT of F1? I think you have to look at him as being... he's not a GOAT because he only has 2 World Championships and he's made some very, very poor decisions in his career. And I think he has been a common denominator when it comes to... he is a common denominator as to why teams have done poorly the longer he has been there, and then once they leave, they improve. I don't think that's necessarily because of his input. I think that's because they get rid of a bad egg. But I do think he is very, very good, and he's very much up there, but I wouldn't call him a GOAT, no. Does Lewis now have a chance to get in the top 5? Many drivers have an opportunity to get into the top 5. So... can Max do the ultimate dive bomb and take the lead in turn 1 and then get a 10-second penalty? maybe, but yes, the news is, guys, is that the weather is very, very different here. So, right, let's put everything back together and get ready for the race at hand. Right. Right, I think we're good to go. Marcus Winkelhock. Oh, God, I don't even remember who that is. Don't even remember who that is. Oh, let's move that over a bit. Hang on. There we go. There we go. I think that's good. So I do have today, guys, I do have the race control messages here. I don't think we really need to see the wind direction and the track and air temperature today. What we do, the reason why I've put it here is because there's nowhere else really for me to kind of put it, because if I move it over here, it's right behind the track. So I've got it here, and what I do, of course, want you guys to see is the rain indicator here, because if it says no, then we know it's not raining, but we want that there. So hopefully that's all good for you. And then this will be moved. Let's move this here. There we go. So I don't like putting it in the middle because you then have this bit, like the tab at the top. So I don't like doing that. So we'll put it there. It's my OCD. Very wet on the track. Could be a fun one. I think so, yeah. I think so. There were headlines out just this morning from apparently the Good News Media stating that Broadcast and Perez are in for Cadillac. All that needs next is signatures. I think it's been signed and sealed for quite some time. Apparently, supposedly, the date that has been... It's the Wednesday. Is it the 4th of August or something? I can't remember. I think it's the... Is it the 4th of August or something? It's like it's in the first week of the summer break is when it's going to be announced, supposedly. The Wednesday after the Hungary race. So. Who do I think will be in Caddy? I think Perez for sure, and I think they'll probably go for... I think they will go for Bottas, to be fair. I think that an experienced lineup is solid for them to build upon, considering they're not bringing their new engines in until 2029. So I think that'd be smart for them. And let's be honest, there's no real American driver who can slot into that team straight away. The driver they probably would keep their eye on, if I'm Cadillac, is that Ugo Chokwu, who's in F3 at the moment. Young lad, so I'd keep an eye on him and maybe try and gain his services. And then maybe he's ready for get him to be your test and reserve driver. And then, yeah, have a couple of years in F2. And then he's... do some tests in F1, and then he's ready to step into maybe 2029 or 2028. So, I'm just curious how the FIA make sure no one changes anything on their car overnight, quality to race day. I'm sure there's videos out there on it, but yes, they do kind of have things under lock and key. They've got cameras everywhere. They're able to ascertain. There's so many like cameras now these days that you can't get away with anything. I'm sure there's some little things that maybe they do try and do, and they crack down upon. But look at that. Risk of rain, 100%. Risk of rain for this F1 race is 100%. Nice. How many laps of racing do you reckon you can last before my neck gives out? Probably one. Probably one. Who do I think should make a return to F1? I don't want anyone to make a return to F1, to be honest with you. I feel like everyone who has now left F1 has left for a reason, and their careers came to a rightful end. I think it's time to look forward. I've been a big advocate of looking forward rather than looking back. I personally would not like to see Bottas or Perez back in F1. I think they've had their time. I can see why their services would be asked upon again, but I think you need to look to the future. But if you are a brand new team like Caddy, you do want experience. So, yeah, if you're not going to get the drivers on the current grid, you look at drivers who have just recently left the grid. But I think you need to look forward, and I think the rookies this year have proven that fresh new blood is what we need. It spices things up. There's plenty of good talent out there, especially when you watch the junior formulas, and they deserve an opportunity rather than just people keeping a hold of a seat for longer than they should do. We want the best drivers on the grid. We don't live in a perfect land, unfortunately, in F1, and it never is the case, but we at least want kind of that opportunity. There's too many good drivers who have missed out by coming through the lower ranks at the wrong time, where there's just like seats held onto by, say, drivers who are never going to win championships, but they're just a safe pair of hands, shall we say. Oh yeah, good to see, mate. You'd like to see what Mick can do in a team without a roid rage-prone team principal. Yeah, and a team that actually backs him and supports him. Yeah, I'm in two minds of Mick, to be honest with you. I'm not too sad to not see him on the grid still, but there is part of me, yeah, that also would like to see him have at least another opportunity. Will he get that? I don't know. Maybe that he is supposedly the other driver who is in talks with Cadillac. He'd bring a lot of money to them as well. The Schumacher name always brings lots of money and sponsorship. But yeah, it'd be nice for him to be a team that does give him the support rather than conflicting information all the time. A bigger field would sort out all of this argument. Yeah, it would do. Well, there's definitely room for one more team, isn't there? Definitely room for one more team. But we've seen its costs. It's apparently the buy-in fee for Cadillac was $450 million or something. So I can see why they are getting Sergio Perez's services, because he brings a shitload of cash with him and helps soften the blow of the fee they've had to pay to join F1. Could we see another Hulk podium or at least a top 5? Do not rule it out. Do not rule it out. Nico Hülkenberg, he is a driver looking for his 5th race in a row where he can score points. So do not rule out Nico Hülkenberg from 14th. Of course, all of those point scoring positions and that podium that he scored last week in Silverstone, he has started from lower than 15th. I mean, this is him. Surely he's on for second on the top step this time around, isn't he? Because he's starting 14th. But yeah, look, those drivers, do not rule out the likes of Sainz, Hamilton, Antonelli and Alonso, particularly like Antonelli and Hamilton. Antonelli, we know he likes these conditions. Yes, it's been a poor weekend for him, but if he can end this weekend on a high and move his way up the grid with a brand new power unit, similarly to Hamilton, do not rule out those two drivers. Alonso, I read somewhere, I don't know if it's true, but apparently a logistical error has meant that they've got old parts on the car. So they haven't got their updates. They've got the old parts from before the update that came in Imola, which improved them. I don't know if that was true, what I read, but that would explain, I guess, the poor performance of Aston Martin, uncharacteristically poor performance from both of them, or particularly Alonso this weekend. So, yeah. It's going to be a topsy-turvy race. Confirmation, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, that the formation lap will be started behind the safety car. So it doesn't mean that we won't get the race started under safety car, but it means the formation lap will be started behind the safety car. So we had this at Silverstone, and then we did get a standing start. We will see if that will be the case come the end of the formation lap. Of course, it's to ascertain how wet the conditions are. Of course, they know it's very wet out there. A very, very long circuit here at Spa. It can be drying in one area of the circuit and then completely wet at another area, as it's the longest track and lap on the calendar. So yes, we'll see how it fares. But everyone's starting on the intermediate tyres. We know the wets, unfortunately, are pretty now defunct because of the fact that by the time it gets to using wet compound tyres, the visibility is so poor anyway, we don't even get to see them. So everyone's starting on the intermediate. So yeah, we will see how that is. But at the moment, the poll that I suggested of how many drivers will finish, you think less than 18. So some of you quite conservative. 5% of you think there's going to be less than 10. You're going for pure and utter carnage, aren't you? So I'm going to end that poll. So yes, it's going to be an interesting race for sure. It's going to be interesting. No more official orchestra song for F1 drivers before race. Hans Zimmer song. Yeah. 3 minutes and 40 seconds left before you go. All lights out. Away we go, guys. Yes, so I'm going to have a quick lube break. I suggest you guys do the same because it could be a long one today. It could be a long one. Of course, they have 2 hours to finish the session, but red flags, that doesn't necessarily include that. It's racing, full racing. So back in a sec, guys. I suggest you guys do the same. Oh, we're back. Here we go. Here we go. 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go. Right, so formation lap will be started under the safety car. Everyone's starting on the intermediate tyres. It is looking like it's going to be a very wet race here, at least in the first half, as we did look at the weather report earlier on. So that's going to be I mean, Lando Norris, if you're at the front like Lando Norris, you want to be starting under safety car conditions because you can control the pace and you'll know that you're going to be leading into the first corner. And it makes it very difficult for someone like Oscar Piastri behind him to stay in the slipstream with the poor lack of visibility and get past him into turn 5. But if we do have a standing start here, that makes things very interesting. So we'll see what the approach of, we can see what the approach is of the FIA. It is most definitely, of course, a very wet circuit. It's still raining. Everyone's got their ponchos out and their brollies up down the Kemmel Straight from what I'm seeing on the TV coverage, and it's going to be like that with it potentially getting heavier as the race gets on. So we could maybe get around a quarter of a way into this race and then there may be a red flag. We did see that, of course, at Silverstone as well, where we saw red flags thrown for obviously the poor visibility conditions, and well, we saw that at the forefront last time around with Isaac Hadjar going into the back of Kimi Antonelli. So Alan, yes, you are trackside for us. We have a member in the channel who is trackside. He has reported, Alan, still raining at Pouhon, skies brightening, drops are slowing. So there we go. But that is, of course, at Pouhon, which is turns 10 and 11. That is quite some way still from turns 1 and the starting grid. So yes, a very long circuit here where it can be completely stopped raining at one portion or a couple of corners of the circuit, and with obviously the varying altitudes here at of course, Spa. You go from all the way down here, all the way up to turn 5, and then you make your way down again and back up towards, of course, the grid into turn 19 and turns 1. So yeah, very unique circuit here where it can be raining at one portion of the circuit and then completely dry in the other. So that's going to make things very interesting when it comes to strategy. But there we go, race start 0. Here we go, formation lap under the safety car. We will see whether or not this is going to be started under safety car conditions or whether we are going to get a few laps here under the safety car. Nothing yet. Nothing to indicate yet whether or not this will be formation lap. More than one formation lap. We will see. We will see. Haven't tuned in for a while. Good to see you, Ben. Good to see you. What's the win rate of Max when a raining race? I'm not entirely sure. Lando is not good in the rain. He might drop a few places. I disagree. Lando is very good in the rain, to be honest with you. Both McLaren drivers are very good in the rain. So yes, I think they will drive off into the distance if they are allowed to, of course, continue this race early on. And well, they do both lead down into turn 5. If Charles Leclerc or Max Verstappen gets in the way, then it could make it very difficult for I say very difficult for one of the McLaren drivers, depending on who that is who gets overtaken. But time for some action. Yes, time for some action. Hamilton is starting 18th. So yes, if you're just joining us, let's have a run through of this grid, shall we? As we are currently on the formation lap. Lando Norris is your pole sitter for today, with Oscar Piastri starting alongside him in P2. Charles Leclerc pipped Max Verstappen yesterday after some low grip issues in qualifying. He's starting in P4, but Max Verstappen has a lot more downforce on that Red Bull compared to the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc, so we'll see how that fares. Starting procedure, unfortunately, has been suspended, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in. So we do have the formation lap under safety car, and well, that means that we are going to be getting, unfortunately, a few more laps under the safety car, it seems, and it's a red flag. Oh dear. I said there'd be a potential postponement, and well, they've not even got halfway round a lap at Spa, and we have a postponement of the race start. So drivers will make their way back to their grid slots. The engineers will remain where they are, and yes, we will get the starting procedure underway. When, I don't know at the moment, to be perfectly honest with you. Not a red flag. I mean, I'm looking at the TV coverage at the moment. They're on board with Max Verstappen's visual, literally his helmet cam. And I think it's okay. Lando is told, how are the conditions up the hill? Yeah, not ideal for the time being. I can't see a lot behind the safety car, so I can't imagine what it's like for everyone else. To be honest, Lando is going to want that. Lando is going to want that because, of course, he would want a safety car start at minimum. So Lando, I don't think, is the best person to ask when it comes to that, because and showcasing that radio message, because he is the driver, of course, that wants a safety car start here. He doesn't want a standing start because he wants to be able to manage the race start to his liking. But, I mean, there is lots of spray being thrown off, but I saw the images of Max Verstappen's helmet there, and I think it's okay to go racing. But, yeah, obviously not the FIA deem otherwise. Maybe it's because there is more rain on the way. As we saw, heavy rain is still on the way, and it could get, it's looking like it's going to get heavier. So yes, drivers making their way through the pit lane there. They'll park up. The drivers will get out their car, or maybe they'll stay sitting in it until we get further notice of when we will be getting back underway. It'll be, of course, a formation lap under the safety car with a potential race start under safety car conditions. So yeah, not ideal there. Not ideal there. As you can see, the indicator showcasing that it is still raining at the moment. So start procedure has been suspended. Apparently they think the drivers can't handle it. It's not so much whether the drivers can't handle it. They can drive in these conditions absolutely fine. It's the visibility. It's pure safety because of visibility reasons. It's not so much, oh, we're going to aquaplane, we're going to be losing control of our cars. It's more so the fact of that they won't be able to see the cars ahead. And that's what they don't want. It's unfortunately a byproduct of the current regulations. The reason why we haven't seen a lot of wet races in this current regulation set is because the majority of the downforce, as we know, is created from the underside of the car, the ground effect, which means a lot of the spray is dispersed through the rear diffuser underneath the car. And unfortunately, while they've tried, of course, you've seen the images of the wheel calipers and solutions to try and limit the amount of spray coming off the wheels, that's not where the majority of the spray comes from. The majority of the spray comes from underside the car. And unless you change the regulations, which is next year, and you make it less dependent on the airflow underneath the car, then that is where, of course, we're not going to see a lot of wet racing. That's why we don't see the wet tyre ever used, because by the time it becomes suitable for a wet tyre to be put on the cars, the visibility is so poor that they red flag it anyway. So it always is, Alan. Yeah, unfortunately, visibility is always the red flag calls. So that is what it is now. So yeah, that's a real shame, unfortunately. But yeah, hopefully we'll get back to, from 2026 onwards, we'll get back to the slightly smaller cars as well. That will help to reduce the amount of spray, not as much ground effect, obviously being in use. So that means less spray from under the side of the car, and we actually get some more wet weather racing. So didn't even look too bad from the TV coverage. No, I mean, I did look at, they showed the TV coverage, didn't they, of Max Verstappen's onboard through his helmet cam, and it looked okay, I think, personally. They've still only played, the only radio message that I've heard played at the moment is from Lando Norris, and Lando Norris was, of course, was like, oh no, it's very poor conditions out here, the visibility is poor behind the safety car. Can't imagine what it's like for those behind me. So he, of course, wants a safety car start. He doesn't want a standing start. So yeah, for him it shouldn't be too much of an issue, because he wants to lead from the front and ensure that he can control the pace. So a standing start is the last thing that he wants. But yes, unfortunately at the moment it is a postponement here. So we'll see. We don't have a new start time yet, Claire, unfortunately. So if you keep an eye at the top of your screen where it says the red flag, the race control messages, we will get an update there of when the suspected start will happen. I'm looking at the TV coverage now, and there's there's darker clouds coming over the horizon. I'm not sure if our trackside reporter, Alan, who is there positioned at Pujon at the moment, I'm not sure if he can see that, but it does seem like that there is more rain on the way. Norris is asked, Lando, question, is it visibility or standing water? Visibility, the standing water is not too bad. So, yeah, that's confirmation there. And once we get an update, of course, of the restart time, I will put up our session timer. So, at the moment, our session timer is at 0 because we were supposed to be underway already. So, once we get an update, I will update that for you. But, yes, currently we are sitting here just waiting for the FIA. Have the stewards considered that maybe we want a 1998 repeat, Andy? Well, the difference is, unlike 1998, they don't have a spare car to jump back into. So back in the day, they had an opportunity to jump back into a spare car. But yes, no longer is that the case. But yeah, we are waiting a new update on when the start will get underway. But we have seen, the thing is, we have seen the track conditions and the weather conditions be considerably worse here at Spa in the past. But that is the nature of the current cars that we have in F1. So thank you, Zane. Much appreciated. The track looks like a mini water gun, yeah. Why the difference from the qualifying positions? So at the moment, the only difference in relation to the qualifying positions is that we have seen Carlos Sainz, who was going to be 15th. He is starting from the pit lane after changing his setup, so braking park firme. Hamilton, Antonelli and Alonso have taken brand new engines, and that's taken them over their allocation for this season. So they have basically started from the pit lane. So they have a penalty applied to them, but they're taking it from the pit lane. So that's funny. McLaren engineers are on the other side of the pit lane. At least Bortoletto's engineer aren't walking so far, yeah. Awnings may be used. Awnings may be used. So that clearly indicates to us that they're not expecting to get this race underway anytime soon. So, I've got to show off my cricket commentary now and come up with all sorts of stuff to fill the time. We can do that. And that's the benefit of having a chat, ladies and gentlemen, is that we can have this back and forth. But yeah, we don't know when the race is going to get back underway. I appreciate everyone for tuning in. Nearly, obviously, 4,500 of you here at the moment. And they're showing an onboard of Piastri behind Lando Norris. And the visibility looks fine. To be honest, the visibility looks fine, I think. But I think it's the fact of that it's this way at the moment with more rain on the way. So I think they're thinking we'll postpone it now with maybe more rain on the way rather than have the race stop after it's begun, you know? I think that's probably their thinking. So awnings are like the tents that you see. So when you see them on the grid and they've got obviously like a gazebo over the cars, that's basically what it is. So that's what an awning is, supposedly. Why is Stuffey's accent British? Because I'm from England. You sit there for the current generation of F1, they can't race in the wet and never use wet tyres. Well, this is it, Red, and I don't want to sound like a broken record. I'll say it one more time. The reason why is because these cars give off too much spray. Simple as. The ground effect era cars, this current set of regulations, that is where the issue comes from. And the fact is not that these drivers can't race in these conditions. They absolutely can. It's the fact it's poor visibility. So, expecting heavy rain in 9 minutes. Heavy rain in 9 minutes is what Albon has just been informed by his engineer. So that's also playing a factor here as well, is that the visibility conditions are already as they are, but they're probably thinking, the FIA and race control, they're probably thinking, well, with more rain on the way, visibility is only going to get worse. 9 minutes, 10 minutes now away. Let's say when they did the formation lap, the heavy rain was maybe just over 10 minutes away. 10 minutes of racing at Spa is only around 8 laps. So 5 laps, especially in wet conditions. So do you want the race to get underway and only have 5 laps of racing and then throw a red flag? Or would you rather postpone the race, wait for the heavy rain to pass, and then have the race have the race hopefully without any postponements? I think that's it. So it's a shame, really. Never of all the wets that have to be destroyed each week and never being used. Yeah, cars running has always been the best way to clear the circuit. I agree, Red. Yeah, I do agree to it. Yeah, I agree. But it's purely down to visibility. So that's why, of course, we eventually get like a dry line form and so forth, because the cars clear the standing water. But with more rain on the way, I think that's probably what they're thinking of at the moment. So didn't I used to have radio replay on stream as well? I don't, Fratterson, no. The reason why I don't is because it's quite inaccurate, and it also moves very, very quickly, and I feel like it just clogs up the data and everything that is shown on stream. So because of that, I just don't think I don't like to clog up the stream. I think we've got all the information that we need to ensure that we know what's going on in the race. And any kind of radio messages I can relay to you anyway, because they're replayed on the TV coverage, which I have in my ear. So, thank you, Crazy. Much appreciated. For the second time, embarrassing, but what are awnings? Awnings are, I tell you what, should we Google it? The beauty of streaming, eh? Awnings. Awnings are these things, basically. Let me get the... They're these things. These things. They're tents, basically. They're like gazebos. They just put them... Like, they're covers for the cars. That's basically what they are. So... Chat GJ was trying to hype people up on Friday saying, put your hands up from the chicane to the end of the track. Does he know that the start-finish line is right after the chicane? Another year, more rain. Yeah. So, yeah, it is still raining at the moment. And we'll have a look at the weather report again, shall we? And see what is occurring with the Spa weather. So, let me find it again. See the updated weather radar. Yeah, I bet if Max were P1, he wouldn't delay the race. I don't know. I mean, look, they obviously want to get every bit of advantage that they possibly can. And if you're in Lando Norris's position, you want to do everything possible to ensure that you're going to be starting, you're going to be able to control the pace. So let's have a look here. Where are we? There's Liege. And where's Spa? Trying to find Spa here. Where is it? It's gone. Disappeared. Where is Spa from Leo? Oh, there we go. There's Spa. So we can see here really. So then move that over. So we can see here. This is the current weather conditions, and yeah, not looking good, is it? Not looking good. Heavy rain at the moment, and you can see it on the TV coverage. It is dark. It's getting darker as well. So clearing up later. It is clearing up later, but that's probably what they're waiting for. They're waiting for this big spell to come through here, because the track is down here, I think. I think the track is down here. So yeah, that's what they're waiting for. So that's what they're waiting for. I personally think. We don't know when the race will start at this current moment in time, but it's getting darker on the TV coverage. Very wet, so we will get an update on the race restart. Of course, I will let you know if I hear anything via the TV coverage, but keep an eye out at the top of your screen. We will get an estimated start time up here. That's the race control messages, and that's what we're waiting for at the moment. But yeah, there's this big patch of rain that's coming through that they are probably waiting for it to pass over, and then they'll probably get the cars back out there. So, can I pin a comment regarding pit lane starters? I can indeed. Of course I can. I can indeed. I did it earlier, actually. No, I'll do it earlier. So, what's that, Alan? Oh, you're rocking vintage Kimmy. Pit lane starters. We have Alonso, Kimi, Hamilton, and Sainz. There we go. That's it for today. So, what weather app did I use there? It was AccuWeather. It was just AccuWeather. It's probably got the most accurate, I think, weather radar from I can see at the moment, because it's updated regularly. So, the race is not cancelled at the moment. If the race is cancelled, will the top 3 drivers automatically win? I can't remember what the ruling is now. It has changed. I don't think so. I'm not sure if they get the points applied or not, to be honest with you. I can't remember. But you're an hour away from the track and it's proper... yeah. I mean, I'm looking at the TV coverage now and it's really coming down. But there are bright areas. There are bright areas, but it's not coming in from that direction. So yeah, as we saw from the weather radar, we are waiting, I think the FIA are waiting pretty much for this spell to move over the track so that hopefully the remainder of the rain is not as severe, and we can get a full uninterrupted race. So rather than it get underway, and I mean, look, the race could have already got underway, and now we have even heavier rain. We would have had probably 3 laps of racing, maybe 4, and then it's a red flag. That's not obviously what the race control and the FIA wants. We want an uninterrupted race, ideally. So, what about flap technology for the tyres to prevent the spraying? As we mentioned, the flap technology would not really reduce it. It wouldn't really reduce the spray because the majority of the spray comes from the underside of the car via the rear diffuser. Because of how large these cars are, how heavy they are, and because the majority of the downforce is created from the underside of the car, that is why we have seen very little wet racing, I guess, or wet use of wet tyres, especially in this current regulation set. So we need to kind of move more away from the ground effect era, or at least move away from the cars being so big and as heavy as they are. Which hopefully with the new regs we are. No rain at Poo on at the moment. I think there may be some on the way. Looking at the TV coverage, Alan. I wouldn't put your brolly down and take your jacket off just yet. Looking at the TV coverage, it's on its way. Sorry, man. It used to be Phoenix. 70% of the race distance covered to get points, 50% to get half points. I believe can be mistaken. You need 60% for full points and 25% for half points. Yeah, I'm sure it will be relayed shortly. Let me have a look online and see if there's anything that's being relayed so that we can get an update on that. I'm trying to see if there's anything at the moment. Nothing yet. I can't see anything yet, so hang on. Oh dear, just been told by the McLaren. Hang on. Oh dear, guys, that's not good news. That's not good news. So, one of the McLaren engineers, I don't know if it was to McLaren, I think it was Oscars. So, not good news. Supposedly, they are saying that there is a spell of rain that is on the way within 8 to 10 minutes. And that's going to be a 30 to 40 minute delay while they wait for that spell to make its way past before they then start again. So we could be looking at a 50-minute delay. We could be looking at a 40, 50-minute delay right now. From now. That's not good. That's not good. I don't think the race will be cancelled. No, I don't think it will be. But because if we looked at that weather report, let me see if I can get that. Did I get that weather report up? Hang on. So here we are again. Here's the weather report. So I've just got the track map there. I'll move that back again. This is Spa. The circuit is... Where is the circuit? I can't remember where the circuit is. It's around here, basically, the circuit. But... So that's earlier. This is now. This is like... Well, yeah, this is like now, basically, kind of. That's coming through. And they're waiting for this to come through. And then it's going to be dry afterwards. So, yeah. They're basically waiting for this bit to come through. That red bit. And then it's quite clear afterwards. So... Not ideal. Not ideal. We'll keep you guys updated, though. We'll keep you guys updated. You have to play some Call of Duty. Be sure to keep, of course, the stream open. So big thank you to everyone for still tuning in, by the way. We are keeping you updated. Of course, we've got any questions, throw them my way. But yes, we are postponed at the moment. Red flag. The drivers did go out there. They started their formation lap under the safety car. They got halfway round the track before they then called for the red flag. And yeah, as I said, I still think the approach from them is the fact because the weather report was showing it's going to get even heavier. They didn't want to get the race underway and then postpone the race 4 or 5 laps into it. They'd rather postpone it overall and for an hour or so and then have an uninterrupted race. So why am I not on Twitch, Parasite? I just don't have that much of a following on Twitch, to be honest with you. I've always been on YouTube. So F2 race was cancelled. Cars crashing behind the safety car. I did see that, Graham. Well, they was hoping that they might get the race back underway, but then someone had an engine blowout, didn't they? Like 2 laps from the end, which definitely meant it was ended prematurely. So doesn't having part firme rules for wet races, not being able to change setup for weather makes it difficult. Yes, but then that also provides us some drama because the likes of Carlos Sainz, as an example, qualified 15th. He's now going to be starting in from the pit lane because he's decided to change his downforce package. We've got Ocon, who is starting on a really skinny rear wing compared to his teammate, who's got a very loaded rear wing. So that's what always provides it. You take a gamble, don't you, on whether or not the weather report is going to be correct, and you have an advantage over those who do trust the weather report and go for a wet setup. But clearly, that's why they've split their strategy half, so they've at least got one car would be correct, set up for the correct conditions. So, you know what they could have done is look at forecasts and start the race later. Same thing when they had that shambles of the race. I do think that too, Aaron. But I guess the thing is that it was dry. I think if it was still raining, if it was raining like under the drivers' parade and stuff, I think they probably would have done. But because it was not raining and it was literally blue skies, or at least it was clear skies and not raining, I think that's obviously what's made them think, yeah, we'll just get the race started. But not now, unfortunately. So they have proper flush toilets and hand washing stations at the circuit. Good news. That's brilliant, Alan. That is brilliant. That is brilliant. But thank you for the subs flying in, by the way, guys. Much appreciated. Of course, we are trying to push to 55,000 subscribers. Yes, if you are just joining us, race is currently postponed. Let's update that, shall we? Let's just give those of you who are tuning in, as you can see, red flag postponed to weather, awaiting race restart time. There we go. There we go. How do I think Alonso's race will be? I think Alonso... Let me double check this, guys. I'm going to double check this. Aston Martin. So I am not sure if what I read was true. I'm not sure if what I read was true. Hang on. Spa F1. No, that's a video... I'm trying to see exactly what... Hang on. Oh, no, I think what I read was wrong. I thought that they had potentially a logistical issue, which is why they had a poor start. But I don't expect much from, even in these conditions, from the Aston Martin, to be honest with you. There's much more kind of better faith in Hamilton and Antonelli being able to get a better result. Antonelli, of course, struggled here this weekend. Still not sure why. He said he's struggled to get on top of the car, which is a bit odd because I think Spa would have suited him, to be honest with you. He's been here before, so... Will Max change teams in his next contract? So with the update of Christian Horner obviously being removed from the Red Bull team, I think what's happening is that it's more likely now that Max is going to stay at the team until the end of 2026. He does have a contract to the end of 2028, but I have seen reports that supposedly the upper management team are like, look, we've now obviously got a new approach. This is how the team's going to be moving forward. Horner's gone, of course, who they had lots of they had loggerheads with. Let's stay till 2026. Let's see the lay of the land. Like, of course, if we aren't good enough, then you're happy. We'll let you go. But I think that's also probably a smart decision to make as well. I think the only reason he was maybe speaking with Mercedes was to force the upper management's hand, or to, just strengthen their position in Red Bull overall and get what they wanted. So, clearly I think it's worked. It's part of the reason why they probably got rid of Horner. But just one of, because supposedly he did also have performance clauses in his contract, which is why they ended up getting rid of him as well. So I think it was like a perfect storm. So delayed 3 hours. No, I don't think it's been delayed 3 hours. Hang on. Do I know when we'll get going? Not yet, no. So from what I heard from the McLaren, they're waiting for this current rain shower to move over, apparently. So, which they did predict at the time was going to take 5-10 minutes to come in, and then a further 30 to 40 minutes. So overall, potential postponement of 50 minutes. So maybe not getting underway until at least past 3 o'clock UK time, another half hour's time. Once I do know the updated restart time, I will re-update it for you guys. But yeah, that's what we're waiting for at the moment. Only 44 laps. Is it because of the rain or not? No, 44 laps because it is the longest track on the calendar. So a lap time here in dry conditions in race trim is around 144. Really, around 143, 145. And then in wet conditions, it can be up to over 2 minutes long. So that is why, compared to other circuits, let's say the Red Bull Ring, where it's like on average a 105 lap time or something, or a 106, 7 lap time, that's why that track is 70 odd laps, whereas this one is only 44. So you're watching F1 TV and they said it's starting again at 3 p.m. 3 p.m. UK time. That's maybe what they're hoping for. I mean, yeah, look, keep an eye at the top of your screens, guys. This is the race control messages box. It will update us when they have a predicted or an estimated resumption of the race. So, yeah, I think all we've had, though, is one formation lap. So maybe the lap time. I mean, will they be able to add more fuel to the car to cover for that formation lap? Hopefully, and we still don't have a reduction in any of the laps, overall laps. So hopefully they'll be able to do that. What's the best way to watch F1 season as someone who is new to the sport? Right here, Meg. Right here. Look, there's a number of ways to watch the sport. I have adapted to watching the sport via this because of the fact of it. I try to be as informative as possible. You can ask questions, and plenty of people in the chat as well are very informative, and it's a good way to get involved. And I think with this, you're able to see a full picture of the race unfold through the data, and I try and relate to you and a whole picture of the race as best as possible. We're not just focused on the guys at the top, we're focused on everyone up and down the grid, because there's not just one race going on for the race win. There's many races going on for points and more stories happening, which sometimes the TV coverage misses out on. So, no, she's all good. She's good at the moment. So, yeah. She had a very nice sleep, and she's currently resting on the sofa. Is it going to be dry when they start, or are they allowed to change the tyres? They're allowed to change the tyres if they want to. They can start on whatever tyres they want after a red flag. But I do suspect that it will be intermediates. Look, it's still raining out there at the moment on the TV coverage. It's not going to be wet weather tyres, I believe, because it was too much spray even with intermediates, let alone with wets, which of course displace more water because they have bigger treads on the tyre. So at the circuit, you get a Mexicano sandwich. It's basically a McRib and a delicious bun. Nice, nice. But the question is how much, Alan? Because trackside food can be very expensive. I'm not sure how expensive it is at Spa, though. So, have I watched IndyCar lately? It's getting really good. You miss refueling, it makes races so much better. No, I've never really watched IndyCar. I always kind of forget it's on, to be honest with you. So we're still awaiting a start time, guys. Once I know that, I will update, of course, this session start thing here, which we don't yet have information to input into that. So hopefully not too long. Hopefully not too long. You made a friend, a North Belgian dude with a full sleeve McLaren tribute tattoo. Oh my God, he's committed. Looks like you're going to miss the race. The birdies saying we're watching the football. When does that start? That's not till later though, is it? Is that not till later when that kicks off? The England women's team. 5 p.m. Oh, it's quite an early kickoff, isn't it? I thought it'd be later than that. You heard the race starts in 15. Well, drivers are still in the paddock. They're not looking like they're getting in their cars anytime soon. They're still in their garages, so they're probably all huddled around the images at the moment of the weather radar to see exactly what is occurring. So, but thank you for subbing. It's much appreciated. Yeah, anyone else who has subbed in the meantime, much appreciated. I do have alerts turned off for these streams because we are very fortunate that we do get a lot of subscriptions and a lot of notifications come through. So to ensure the stream runs smoothly and is not too much of an interruption for you, where we have those alerts turned off. But thank you as always for everyone who subscribes, who becomes a member and supports the channel even further. But yes, we are trying to reach 100,000 subs by the end of the year. That'd be absolutely amazing if we could do that. It's a tall order, but yeah, no, thank you as always, guys. If you're new here, welcome. And of course, I appreciate everyone who continues to tune back into these watch-alongs. We'll be back next week for Hungary as well before the summer break. Hungaroring, which has a brand new look to it. They're completely rebuilt the grandstands and some of the main paddock as well. So it's going to be a new look Hungaroring. I'm not sure they made any changes to the actual circuit itself. Maybe they did. I'm not entirely sure. But that always provides great racing, the Hungaroring. So yeah, that'll be before we then head into a 3-week break for the summer, where we then return at Zandvoort, I think it is. So. Do I stream football? I don't stream football, Josh. No. I'm a West Ham fan, so I don't stream football because they toy with my emotions too much. How will they work out the laps if it goes ahead, Daniel? So I'm suspecting and hoping that what they will do is that they'll be able to add fuel back to the cars. They may not be able to, but maybe they'll be able to add that lap of fuel back to the cars, and we won't lose a lap of racing. We don't want to lose any laps of racing, so hopefully it won't be reduced to 43. We won't know that until they go back out there. But yeah, at the moment, they've done technically one lap. They've done the formation lap, but they'll have to do another formation lap at minimum, which means that, of course, you're then eating into the fuel allowance that the teams would have had in the car. So, but the race hasn't technically. But the thing is, why I think they may be allowed to add fuel to the car is because they technically haven't started the race yet. So, if the race had got underway, then the fuel allowance is what it is. That has to stay in the car. They're not allowed to touch that. But because the race hasn't got underway yet, and it was only the formation lap before it was postponed, hopefully they'll be able to add that in. So, did I watch this last night, Red? Are you a West Ham supporter as well? I didn't, no. I saw Bowen's goal, but to be honest, I still have low expectations because the team is not in a great place at the moment. We still need to buy a few players, don't we? So, yeah, we need to get rid of a bit of deadwood first, don't we, before we actually sign some players, unfortunately. But I have faith in Potter, more so than I did in... Who did we replace? I can't even remember. Who did we replace David Moyes with? I can't even remember, honestly. I'm drawing a blank, to be fair, of who we had before David Moyes. One of the drivers called the best in the world if they red flag a race due to rain, but WC and WRC run in all conditions. Primarily because they throw off less spray, Marnus, to be honest with you. That is the reason why. World Rally drivers, of course, are racing with at least clear visibility for the most part because they have no cars in ahead of them. They're not following cars. The WEC, I don't think the displacement of water is as much as these F1 cars. And of course, to some extent, the speeds are also lower that they travel at. And of course, they are they're safer to an extent because they are closed cockpit, whereas these are open cockpit cars and the speeds that they travel at are extremely faster. Lopetegui, that's who we had. See, I'd already removed him from my memory. But yeah, I still have low expectations. That's the key to being a West Ham fan. Low expectations. Had I watched the Goodwood Festival of Speed live stream, I was actually at Goodwood Festival of Speed, Christopher. I have a whole vlog of my time there at the Goodwood Festival of Speed on the Sunday. So yeah, it was absolutely brilliant. I did tune in on a few days, but yeah, absolutely loved it on the Sunday. Saw, of course, all the F1 cars go up there. It was F1 75. There was the most amount of F1 cars I've ever had, over 100 F1 cars at Goodwood Festival of Speed, and got to see some great cars up close. So Alonso wearing his Hulk Hogan tribute moustache. Yeah, you hate Spa, it always rains. Yeah, I mean, the fans look very joyous, of course. If anyone's listening trackside, welcome, welcome. I know Alan is, of course, a long-time member of the channel. He is positioned at Puon, which is turns at 10 and 11, and he is keeping us updated on the weather conditions. But looking at the TV coverage right now, yeah, it's wet. It's raining, and that's what we're waiting for at the moment, is this spell of rain to move past, because it is not... it's not looking good at the moment, and they want at least this rain, this spell to move past, because then it's going to be reducing in weather, or at least getting drier, hopefully. So you're going to Goodwood Festival next year. It is a great experience. I highly recommend it. I would recommend going on the Thursday or Friday, though. Potentially the Thursday. It's busy anyway, but it's a lot less busy. I went on the Sunday. It's my first time on the weekend, and it was very, very busy. Very busy, and it was very hot as well, so I was still able to get to see what I wanted to see. But yeah, Thursday is a lot better, to be honest with you. That's just my personal experience, because everyone's still at work. The majority of people are still at work. Yes, it can still get busy, but you can at least get there early in the morning when it opens and get up close and personal in the paddock to all of the cars. So, which is great to see. They red flagged on the formation lap. The commentators on Sky Sports are saying they might put fuel back in. I would suspect they can. So, race to start in 40 minutes. We're still waiting on an update. So the last update that we had, which was around the half an hour mark, so was that we heard from the McLaren engineer to Oscar Piastri, was that they were waiting for a spell of rain that was due in 5 to 10 minutes, and then that spell of rain would be around 30 to 40 minutes. So, yeah, that spell of rain is currently what is coming down at the moment, and that I can see on the TV coverage, and that is what we're waiting, I think, for race control to pass and then get an estimated restart time, which will appear at the top of your screens here in the race control messages box. And of course, once I get that information, I will put a timer up on screen of when that will come back. So, not the best time for Russell to drop form. I fear a bit for him, and more recent talks of Max to Mercedes. No, I think that's all done and dusted now. I think Toto came out supposedly in an interview with an Austrian TV station, and he said that no, George and Kimi are the guys that he's moving forward with. I don't know. I still don't trust that, though, per se, until they've literally announced it on the dotted line. I think Amos as well, the German magazine, sports magazine, they're a very reliable source. They said that George Russell's negotiations have entered a key stage now, of course, with Max Verstappen supposedly staying at Red Bull after Horner's sacking. So, yeah, I think this weekend is just a bit of an odd one for them. They're clearly not performing. The car isn't at the races. We expected Kimi to have poor performances at some point. He's going for a bit of a rut. He's not really going for a rut, but here this weekend isn't particularly great for him at the moment. He seems to be a bit down in the dumps. Supposedly he looked like he'd been crying after some performances, and I think that's because he's just putting himself under a lot of pressure, more so than anyone else. But I think he's done enough thus far to prove that he definitely has the talent and definitely has plenty of room to grow. But George, once again, yes, he's behind Alex Albon, but he struggled the majority of this weekend, and he's still got that car into 6th in quali, and he could still get a top 5 here. So I think that's still solid for George if he's able to convert that today. It could still be even better for him. So, Alan, my bot is policing my caps lock updates. Do I need to worry about it? The only thing you have to worry about, so I do have a limit on caps. So yeah, just be careful of using caps, all caps. because it can get it. It's just to try and keep it in. Keep the chat nice and friendly, because people do spam, unfortunately. It's not targeted at anyone. Nightbot is purely there just to try and obviously keep this chat, when it's going very quickly, keep it a nice and chilled place to be, of course. So that's why we have the mods, but we also have a Nightbot as well there, just to make the mods' lives a bit easier. Let me just have a look and see how many caps I do have. So excess caps. So the limit is 20 caps, apparently. Timeout is initial 5-second timeout, and if not, you'll then be timed out for 5 minutes, I think it is. Or no, 10 minutes. So just be careful, guys. Right, I wish we could just race in the rain. If drivers crash, they crash. Who cares? I think the families care. And the fans do care. So, did I get to meet any drivers at Goodwood? I met Sterling Moss there years ago. I didn't know. I saw Felipe Massa up close. Didn't speak to him. I saw Ollie Behrman and Esteban Ocon. Didn't speak to them. They were just obviously going into their, like the Haas section. Anyone else did I see? No, I didn't get up and close to any drivers. To be fair, I actually don't care about so much of getting up and close and personal to drivers. I'm there for the cars. I'm there for the machinery. So, I mean, it was cool to see Alan Prost, to be fair. He was there. Saw him drive his McLaren up the hill. So that was cool. So, hey, fantastic. Long time no see as a family. Yeah, doing very well, thank you. Hope you're good. What are my podium predictions today? Not sure, to be honest with you. I do think it's going to be a comfortable 1-2 for McLaren. In which order? I don't know. I'm hoping that they do have a good battle. I kind of don't want Leclerc and Verstappen. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry if you're Leclerc and Verstappen fans, because I know there's plenty of you here. I kind of don't want Leclerc or Verstappen to get involved with the McLaren battle at the start of the race, because I think they're just going to be so quick, like we saw at Silverstone, that if either one of those gets in between the two McLarens, whichever McLaren is ahead into turn 5 and not the one behind, they're going to just drive off into the distance and have too much of an advantage, and we have to hope on a safety car or a red flag to bunch them back up again. So I'm hoping that the McLarens get through to turn 5 at least, even if they're side by side, at least they're leading, at least like after turn 5, they're 1-2, because then we'll see a proper battle between them. Whereas if Leclerc or Verstappen get in the way, I think overall their pace will fall. It's not going to be as quick as the McLaren that is in clean air ahead of them. So, how will the points be distributed if the race is cancelled? I still don't know. That. Is that because I'm a Norris fan? That's what it sounds like. No, I'm a racing fan first and foremost, Anthony. I want to see racing. I want to see a battle. And we've seen it a few times this year where, well, we saw it in Miami, didn't we? Where Max got in the way. I say Max got in the way. Max obviously was ahead of Piastri, and then Piastri cleared Max. And then Max held Norris up. And because of that, Piastri just drove off into the distance and won the race by 9 seconds over his teammate. Whereas Silverstone, of course, the safety car did bunch them up, but Piastri was 13 seconds ahead as well. Similarly with Norris there. So I want to see a battle, and I think we can get a good battle between those two today, who are clearly in the quickest car, and they will be the quickest car in particularly these conditions, because yes, Max got ahead of the McLarens yesterday, but that was because it was dry conditions and it was a low downforce setup. In these wet conditions, this is where the McLaren is going to be even quicker. Max even said it himself. He goes, I don't want it to be wet. I want it to be dry, because the McLarens are going to be even better in the wet conditions and have more an advantage over the rest of the field than they do in dry conditions. So, Alonso is starting. If you look at the pinned message, Jonas, we have 4 drivers starting from the pit lane: Alonso, Kimi, Hamilton. Even though I spelled Hamilton wrong, Hamilton and Sainz. So. You're not, Jarvis, you're not an OP or LN fan, but I just want their battle to stay close all the way to Abu Dhabi. That's what I want primarily. That's what I want. I'm a racing fan and an F1 fan first and foremost, and I want to see a close championship battle. I want to see wheel-to-wheel racing. I want to see battles for the race win, and I want to see a battle between championship leaders. And that's what we hopefully will get between Norris and Piastri. And at least, hopefully, it goes. The ideal scenario is that, I said it before, my ideal scenario is that whichever horse you support in this race, Lando and Piastri have less than 7 points separating them heading into Abu Dhabi. That's what I want, because that means whoever wins Abu Dhabi wins the championship. That's the ideal scenario for me. That's what I would love to see. So 6 points or less, basically. Not 7 points, because 7 points, it would go on count back on whoever has won the most amount of races up until that point. But less than 7 points, so 6 or less, separating the two of them, heading into Abu Dhabi would be perfect chef's kiss for the championship and for me as an F1 fan. So, still no news yet. Nope, still no update. It does look like the skies are brightening up a little bit, though. Yes, I can see some blue sky on the TV coverage over the hills of Spa. So, yes, it is on its way. The clear skies are on their way. So, hopefully soon we get an update on when this race is going to get started again. So, you want to see the stewards not get involved? Yeah, that's true. I mean, ideally, we'd want to see it sorted out on track. So, hey, Taco, you just woke up and it's 2021 again. Yeah. Not Abu Dhabi 2021, guys. Spa 2021, remember? Lewis versus Rosberg years were great. I don't want one driver with the best car with a huge advantage. No, exactly. Any chance for our in-house guest presenter? No, she's currently having her afternoon nap at the moment. So, the Red Bull and V-Carb Twitter accounts are playing Connect 4. I'm dropping my Ferrari allegiance. No. If I could build an F1 car with prime drivers, who would they be? Prime drivers. So I am of the mindset that you don't really want two number one drivers. Personally, if you're a team principal, you want a driver who is you do want a driver who's a number one, but you want a number two driver who you can still kind of like go, yeah, you can still win this championship. Yeah, you can still win it if you're good enough. But then overall, they're not good enough. So, I don't know. I feel like you want a Max or a Hamilton. I think, yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky, really. But I think at a Hamilton, I don't think you want two number one drivers in the team. So people go, yeah, send a Hamilton or whatever, but would they get on? No. So, Mika and David. Yeah, that was a very, very, very good partnership, really, wasn't it? That's the sort of thing I'm talking about, yeah. Like, you want someone... What you want is a number one and a number two, where a good enough number two driver that if the number one driver gets caught up in an incident or has an off weekend or if there's a mechanical issue, that number two driver can pick up the race wins. That's what you want. As a team principal, as a team owner, that's what you want. It's all well and good having two number one drivers, but then you see the issues between Hamilton and Rosberg, Senna and Prost, potentially Norris and Piastri later on this season when it gets heated up. So, yeah, having two number ones is not really ideal. Having a clear number one and a good enough number two to keep him... morally, it might not seem right, but a number two who's like, yeah, if you can keep up with the number one driver, we'll give you an opportunity to fight for the championship. But deep down, you know they're not going to be over a duration of a whole season. Whereas Red Bull have gone about it kind of too much the other way, where they've got too much of a number one driver. They've put too much stock in a number one driver, and the number two driver is just no good enough. The car has got to a point where it's not good enough for a number two driver to handle. So, Robin, when do they call the race off, or what is the minimum laps needed to be completed before a result can be called? So we are... Corralido's just put here, more than 2 laps, less than 25%. Points for the top 5 will be 6, 4, 3, 2, 1. 25 to 50% of the race. Points for the top 9 will be 13, 10, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3. Okay, 50% to 75% of the race will be a reduction in points. So, okay, so it's pretty much depending on, obviously, yeah, the percentage of the race completed will be like that. So 45 months, Adrian. Unbelievable. I'm going to have to get a new badge sorted for you soon. Unbelievable. Rain has stopped and the sky is brightening. Alan, our trackside reporter, he is positioned at Pouhon, which is turns 10 and 11, right in the middle of the circuit there. And, well, it is supposedly not raining anymore. I'm waiting to see the TV coverage. They're currently interviewing team principals at the moment. So we'll get an update on whether it actually has stopped raining and see what has occurred. Let's get a weather update for you. Let's see what is occurring. So it does look like it's clearer. It's definitely clearer out there from the TV coverage for sure. So we hopefully will be getting underway shortly. Let's have a look. So where is Spa here? Oh, I've lost it. Where's Spa? Here we go. This is now. Hang on, that was earlier. So this is pretty much now. Oh, is it clear? I don't know. It keeps moving in and out there. I'm not sure if that's accurate. Let's see. I don't know. I don't think I'm looking in the right place there. Who cares about the TV commentators? This is serious. When do we start? We're still waiting. We're still waiting, but it does look like it is. So it looks like it's still drizzling down the Kemmel Straight, and they're showing the TV coverage, and it is still raining at the top of the bus stop, so towards the bus stop chicane. So this is the nature of this circuit, unfortunately. This circuit is so large that it can be raining at one part of the circuit and completely dry in the other. And I think that's what Alan, who is positioned at Pouhon at the moment, is experiencing. Saying you need to get the sunscreen out as there are blue skies. There are blue skies coming over. I can see it on the TV coverage. It does look like it is slowing down for sure. It is slowing down for sure. I mean, I can see a haze, a heat haze on the Kemmel Straight as we are looking at the TV coverage on the camera straight down the Kemmel Straight. So, yes, we are hopefully not too far away, guys. Are they just going to have it completely stop raining? No, they're not waiting for it to completely stop raining. Hopefully not. Hopefully we'll get it restarted. Oh, track clear. Oh, we have movement. We have movement in the race control messages at the top of the screen. At the top of the screen. Here we go. Here we go. Can Alonso get points in this race? Anything is possible today in this race, Alp, I think. Well, I hope so. But we'll see. We'll see. Drivers still not yet making any movements in relation to getting their overalls back on and their helmets back on to get into the car. So once we get an update, of course, from race control, we will see. But at the moment, it has been a 50. Yeah, it's been nearly what is it? A 50. It has been a 55-minute delay. So we had that initial formation lap where we had half a lap conducted under the safety car, and then they red flagged it. A big, they said it was because of visibility. Umbrellas are being put down, ladies and gentlemen, on the Kemmel Straight, I can see. So, yes, lots more. It looks dry. The sun is out. Hopefully, we are not far away. Double yellow. See, it looks like maybe some inspections are going on around the track at the moment from the marshal posts. So, we will see. The red flag has been removed. The red flag has been removed. Come on, guys. Come on. Surely we're not far away. Surely we're not far away. And by the way, can we hit 1,000 likes before the race even gets underway? Surely we can. Just over 100 of you to get this stream to over 1,000 likes before the race gets underway. So yeah, big thank you for everyone who's been very patient with myself for the last hour or so. I hope you are good, and I hope you're still there and very patient, and you've been very patient. So I can see from the views overall, we've already hit over 50,000 views, by the way, for the stream. And we've been live, an hour and a half, and the race hasn't even got underway yet, so that's massive. So big thank you, guys. But yeah, waiting for an update. Jarvis has gifted more subs. Thank you, buddy. One gifted sub. Big thank you, David. Thank Jarvis for that gifted sub. Much appreciated, buddy. Much appreciated. Looks to camera. I've done my part. Any minute, hopefully. Any minute. So, yeah, double yellows at the moment. So it seems the marshals are maybe doing some inspections. Let's see what's going to happen, hey? They should use hoses to spray the water off the... Race time, hopefully. Hey, crazy dude! 14 months. How time flies. 14 months for you already. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. You found a way to watch it on your Xbox. Well, you don't want to watch it on your Xbox. You want to watch it here. You want to watch it here. Hopefully that gives some luck to the Mercs. Maybe, maybe. They've waited until the race becomes a dry race and ruined a potential classic. Maybe. I mean, the weather radar. Let's have a look at the weather radar, shall we? Oh, Alp, thank you for joining and becoming a member. Members flying in at the moment. Thank you. Right, let's have a look at this weather radar report again and see what is showcasing here. Spa weather. See if I can get this back up. So our drivers getting the clear indication will be once we see the drivers, or I see the drivers, particularly get their overalls and their headgear back on. So haven't seen any of that just yet, but the fans are most definitely taking their anoraks off. They're taking their brollies down, and they've got the arms out. They're getting the arms out to benefit from the dry weather and the sun that has decided to poke its head through. So we will see. Thank you, Abdul. Right, let's have a look. Trying to see, where is it? Where is Spa? There we go. We're all the way up here. So, Belgium. Belgium. I've lost Spa. I don't know where it is. But the awnings are coming down. The awnings are coming down is what I've just heard. So I think we are moments away from getting an estimated start time. So, Taco, thank you for the gifted, man. Much appreciated. Another one. Yes, thank you, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it. So, yes, moments hopefully away from getting an updated start time. Once we do, I will update you guys. I'll get the session start timer updated, which is here, but we don't know when that is going to be just as of yet. So keep an eye at the top of your screens with that race control messages. Drivers are now talking to their engineers up and down the pit lanes. So let's see how long it is going to be. We have currently had a 1 hour delay. We are at the 1 hour mark of a delay here. Real shame that really we had to kind of get to this point in the first place and that they didn't foresee this happening, but I guess it is what it is, and hopefully we still get a full race here and we don't lose any race laps at all, as the race was postponed under the formation lap. So hopefully they're allowed to add that fuel, that lap of fuel back into the car, and yeah, we'll see a standing restart here as well, a standing start to this race rather than a safety car start. Do I play any other games on PS5? Not really, no. I do play games, though. I have been playing Clair Obscur Expedition 33 offline recently, which is a tremendous game. Absolutely have loved that. And, of course, I always do my sim racing as well with iRacing, which I stream and do the odd video on as well. Not as much as I would have liked to, but I'm trying to get back into it more. So, but welcome, everyone. Welcome. I think they have a total 4-hour timer, so it will be close. Maybe. I think they'll be fine. Alan, 5 gifted subs trackside. Thank you, buddy. Much appreciated. Wow. Thank you. Have I ever been on circuit watching a race? No, I've never been to a race, Stefano. Never been to a race, unfortunately. It's on my, of course, bucket list. I'm hoping I go sooner rather than later. The medical car is out on track, ladies and gentlemen. We have some movement out on track. The medical car is out on track doing a sighting lap for us. We are hopefully at the end of this lap going to see an update here, as there is a drainage vehicle out on track, like a sweeper out at the bottom of Eau Rouge at the moment to try and displace some of this water. There is a lot of water at the bottom of Eau Rouge, of course, with that altitude that they have to take there. So yeah, the medical car is getting a round of applause as it makes its way down the Kemmel Straight from the fans. So hopefully not too long until we get an update here with those double yellows and yellows out there at the moment. So I think the double yellows, of course, is where it's very wet. So we'll see. But there's lots of spray being displaced there. Yeah, we're good to go racing. I'm looking at the TV coverage right now. We are good to go racing. Let them race. Come on, guys. Come on. The rain has disappeared. The rain has disappeared. We are more than suitable to go racing right now. We are more than suitable to go racing. It's intermediate tyres for sure. But yes, this is actually quite good, to be fair. I think this is actually worked out quite well because I don't think we want it fully wet, but we want it to be drying, don't we? The best races are like we saw at Silverstone, where we saw the fact of it starts on an intermediate and then it starts to dry, but the track dries enough that there's more than one line to be able to overtake. And I think that's hopefully what we're going to see here in Spa. So as Alan's probably just seen the medical car go through poo on there. So prediction for slicks. Don't know how long's a piece of string, to be honest with you, but it won't be too long, to be honest, looking at it, before we start to see slicks. But yes, I think we're going to see something like what we saw at Silverstone. And you can see there, rain, no. Big fat no is what is an indication there. By the way, thank you. Over 1,100 likes in the stream. Thank you, thank you. 9 members thus far. Big thank you, guys. Continue to hit the subscribe button. Let's get this stream to over 52,000 subscribers. That'd be amazing. Wise Hamilton and a few others starting from the pit lane. So, yes, I'll give you guys an update of what has occurred. We have, of course, had a postponement to this race due to the wet weather conditions and the lack of visibility. The rain has now stopped and the medical car is making its way round track, and hopefully we will get an update on the estimated resumption of this race. We have had no racing laps thus far, but before the race even got underway, we had an announcement that Alonso, Antonelli and Lewis Hamilton will be starting from the pit lane after taking brand new engines. Carlos Sainz was a later addition to the pit lane start after qualifying 15th. Yesterday, he has broken Parc Fermé rules, taken setup changes, which means he is starting from the pit lane also in P17. That has moved the likes of Stroll, Colapinto further up the grid. And, well, everyone above that is as is. But the medical car has reversed back in at the end of the bus stop. I think that's it. I think we are not long from getting an estimated time of this race start. So we'll see. Wow, hang on a second. Hang on a second. What's this here? Rain has just gone from no to yes. Why has that just gone from no to yes? Have we got more rain? Have we got more rain that has just started to occur at Spa? Oh, no. Come on. Come on. What's the difference between the intermediates and the wet tyres? So the difference is pretty much the tread, the thickness of the tread. So it's the same. Hey, we got an Boom! 20 minutes past 4. We will have the race get underway. Let's update the time. And, well, what is that? That's 15 minutes from now. 15 minutes from now, guys, we will have the race get underway. So that's 20 minutes past 4 trackside time. But that is... Let's have a look here. Session starts. Here we go. Here we go. Lovely, lovely, lovely jubbly. Here we go, here we go. So, there we go. The race, there we go. Rain has gone back to no, so good. Good. So, yes, track is fine. The road sweeper has been out there to try and displace some of that, remove some of that water that is at the bottom of Eau Rouge, because, of course, don't want drivers to be aquaplaning down there. I get that. I understand that. But it is most definitely a wet track at the moment. There will, of course, still be some visibility issues to start off, but it is, the sun is out. The sun is out. There are some blue skies. It is cloudy out there. Will we get more rain? Who knows? But at least we'll get this race underway, guys. At least this race will be getting underway. Will F1 ever go to South Africa Kialami? Potentially, yeah, I think it's still on the cards, isn't it? So, if you don't know the difference between slick and intermediate, this is probably your first time ever watching. That's okay, yeah. So, sorry, going back to the wet weather and intermediate, sorry, I got distracted there. It's basically the level of the tread, so the thickness of the tread. The wets basically displace more water, so the more water there is, the more... You want to use the wet tyre because it gives you more grip, just like your road tyre, really. And then the intermediate is thinner. There's not as big of a tread there, so it doesn't displace as much water. It provides you more grip, and it isn't as slow because you have more contact patch. There's more rubber contacting, making contact with the surface of the track. And then, of course, slicks, there's no tread at all, and then it's all about the hardness of the compound, or softness of the compound. But yes, there we go. So we will be getting back underway in just over 10 10 minutes time, guys, as you can see from the timer on your screen. Over an hour postponement here, an hour and 20 minutes. It looks like drivers are now getting ready to get back in their cars. And, well, it will no doubt still be an intermediate tyre. Is there more rain on the way? There's always that possibility at Spa, but this race will at least get going again. It will probably be drying up. It could be drying up with the potential of rain on the way, which will make things very difficult for the strategy for these teams, just like we saw at Silverstone. So there's potential for safety cars still as well. There's still drivers out there with low downforce setups, particularly the one that I can think of is Esteban Ocon. There's those out there who will be hoping that it stays wet so that they are able to benefit from that higher downforce setups that they've decided to use rather than the low downforce. But someone like Ocon will be hoping that it dries out very, very quickly. You love my commentary. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. Going back to races. I've never been to a race trackside. Never been. But I love doing these anyway, so I love experiencing the weekends like this. All I would like to do personally is go to like the practice session. I'd like to go to a Friday somewhere so I can actually see the cars out on track. Actual race weekend, I'd prefer here, unless I get a full VIP experience. Then maybe I'll take someone up on their offer. Mate, Cadillac drivers are Perez and Bottas. Is this confirmed or still a rumour? So I'm pretty sure Perez is kind of like the worst kept secret in F1 at the moment. The second seats, we don't know. Bottas, Mick Schumacher, could be someone we haven't even mentioned. But yeah, I think Perez is pretty much a done deal and a very poor secret up and down the paddock at the moment. What speed does the medical car drive there on track? I don't know, but I imagine it's going quicker than on your normal motorway or speed. Yeah, not speedway. So it's not raining at the moment. It's not raining, but it is. The drivers have got their headgear on. They are ready. They are looking to get back in their cars, or they are making their way back into their cars now. As we have, as you can see there, just under 11 minutes until this race gets underway. So I'm going to go. For a quick loo break, I suggest you guys do the same. Top up your snacks, because no doubt you have eaten them all, just like you do at the cinema in the adverts and the ad breaks before the film even starts. You've eaten all your goodies and drunk all of your beverages. So I suggest you top them up as we have 10 minutes remaining, and I'm going to do the same. Ooh, right. Let's go. Gonna be an interesting race, guys. Good thing you always buy a lot of beer, Peter. You're half cut, aren't you? That 1 hour, 20-minute delay, you're half cut. Will be interesting. The 3-hour time limit for the entire event started when formation lap behind safety car started. Spa typically takes 2 hours, maybe hitting a time limit at the end. Maybe, yeah, if there's no more red flags. I mean, maybe that's a decision that they made. I mean, I still think that what they've done is clearly... Is it the right choice? I don't know. But they clearly saw that the race was probably going to be red flagged and interrupted 4 or 5 laps into it, and that's why they decided to postpone it when they did before the race even gets underway, so that hopefully we at least get a clear race. But they probably could have tried to foresee that before they even got in their cars and started their formation lap. But hey ho, it is what it is. We are where we are now. So but it does say there rain again. Look at this, guys. Rain keeps getting moved to yes. The rain indication here. So that is what the race control is stating is rain. It's raining somewhere out there on circuit. It's a very big circuit, of course, the largest on the calendar. So we do sometimes, of course, with the altitude change here, we do get it raining at the end of the Kemmel Straits into Lake Coombe. So we could, this is the thing, is that we could see this track dry out and certain areas of the circuit, so now it's changed to no, we could see this track dry out and certain areas of the circuit be very wet. That's going to make things very difficult for these drivers. Now, will it happen? I don't know, but we have seen that at Spa before, where it can be... I mean, we saw that at Silverstone, when the drivers decided to dive into the pit lane onto the slicks. The whole track was dry. Sector 1, Sector 2 was dry, but Sector 3 was so wet that it wasn't beneficial to be on the slicks yet. You were losing so much time in that last sector that it just wasn't... There wasn't a trade-off yet for using the slicks. And that could be the case here for this race. So we will see. We will see. You're in the circuit right now. It's crazy weather. I imagine it's very crazy. Yes, rain is someone on the track. It's windy right now. Watching it live in Spa. Brilliant. Yeah, I mean, the sun is out as well. So the sun is out. That is, of course, going to clear the track. As soon as the cars get out there and start displacing the water, that's going to provide a dry line. There will be some spray, of course, early on, and the drivers will still have to be wary of that. Hopefully, we do get a standing start here. I think looking at the weather conditions now, it won't be a safety car start. It will be a formation lap under the safety car, though, however. So we'll see that, but the safety car will peel into the pit lane, no doubt, very shortly, and we'll at the end of that, and we'll get the guys standing start. So they need to start the race now. I don't want to miss kickoff. Finally, ticket is not going to go to waste. I'm here in the circuit. Yeah, enjoy it, but Jatin, enjoy it. Halfway through the Ben & Jerry's already. Halfway through, I would have absolutely munched through a whole tub of Ben & Jerry's already. You can hear the TV broadcast in the background a little. Yeah, I turned it down just a little bit. No worries. Thank you, mate. Max would be the happiest with the wet conditions. He said no, actually. He said he wasn't going to be happy with the TV. With the TV. He wasn't going to be happy with the wet conditions. He said it would actually give McLaren more of an advantage in the wet conditions. So he was hoping for the track to dry out a little bit. I think there's a few teams that would be hoping for it. But ultimately, I think... Look, if the McLarens lead into the end in either conditions, dry or wet, they lead at the end of turn 5, they will be driving off into the distance. I don't think there's anything that the Ferrari or the Red Bull of Max Verstappen can do to stay with them. They are way off the pace. We saw Max, of course, with that low downforce setup, get ahead yesterday and hold off Oscar with track position, but that was his one and only opportunity to be able to do so. There's not really going to be that opportunity today with, of course, DRS maybe not activated for quite some time. The race will start behind the safety car. Oh, that is absolute music to Lando Norris's ears, ladies and gentlemen, because Lando Norris now knows that he can start the race at his leisure. He doesn't have to worry about getting a poor standing start into turn 1. Yes, of course, there is always that very long tow down to turn 5, but he is more than likely got a massive advantage here to hold off Oscar Piastri and those behind him down into turn 5. That, I don't think that's the right decision, to be perfectly honest with you, but Lando Norris will have a massive grin on his face right now. He will just have breathed a massive sigh of relief. So I agree, Taco. I think that makes no sense, to be honest with you. I think the formation lap, yes. Will be behind. So it says here, and the information they have is there will be a minimum of 2 laps behind the safety car, 2 laps behind the safety car, then they'll call it. Okay, so technically the race is going to start behind the safety car. But then, does that mean there's then a standing start? Well, can they then announce that there's a standing start if the race technically starts behind the safety car? I don't think so. But I think I agree there that it is... I think I'm interpreting that correctly, that the race will start regardless behind the safety car, and then they're going to assess how wet it is out there, which I think is fine. We'll be able to go racing, and then Lando will control the safety car restart. So, yeah. Rolling start. Yeah, it looks like it is going to be a rolling start then. So, thank you, Aditya. Much appreciated. Yeah, guys, if you want to join the stream and the commentary, we have yet to get underway. Unfortunately, we've had over an hour postponement to this race due to the weather conditions that we so often see at Spa. And, well, yes, we have been able to keep it going. It doesn't feel like it's been an hour, guys. I can tell you that now. Hopefully, it hasn't felt like that for you. And, yes, we are about to hopefully get back underway racing. We're still not going to be racing straight away because we are going to have a couple of laps under the safety car and then it will restart under safety car conditions. But yeah, I think the conditions are suitable enough for a standing start here. I don't know why they wouldn't, to be honest with you, but hey ho. So the medical car goes 100 to 200 miles an hour. I don't think it would go 200 miles an hour in those conditions, but yeah, it could definitely get a move on, can't it? Because it's an Aston Martin 4x4. So you was in charge, I'd make them run the circuit in reverse. But yes, guys, if you're just tuning in, we are moments away from the drivers getting back out there. Hope you are good. Hope you are ready. And hopefully we have no interruptions this time around. And at least we are able to see the end of this race. We don't want it to be interrupted. We want to see 44 laps of racing. We're not going to get 44 laps of racing. We're going to get at least 42 because 2 laps is going to be under the safety car, it seems. But yes, at least the drivers will be out there and we'll have a race start very, very soon. We're still on Inters. Yes, I presume everyone will still be on Inters. There's no way that it is. I mean, I'm actually looking. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, I'm actually looking at the TV coverage right now. They are panning down the pit box, down the grid lane, and you can see the starting grid, and there are actually dry patches on the grid boxes. Why are we not having a standing start here? Why are we not having a standing start? I don't get it. Very, very risk averse. Yeah, very, very bizarre that we're going to be getting a rolling start here, unfortunately. But hey ho, at least this race is going to get back underway. Am I going to show no TV coverage here, Matt? Unfortunately, because of copyright reasons, you won't be able to find that on YouTube at all. So what we do here, of course, is that we have the track map and the live timing data available for you, and my brilliant commentary, if I do say so myself. I am incredibly biased, of course, but we have 25 seconds. Sorry to scare you all there. 20 seconds now until we have drivers pulling out of the pit lane. We'll have a couple of laps under the safety car. I wonder if one of them will be the formation lap technically, and then we'll have 2. So maybe we'll only lose 1 lap of racing. But we will see. Keep an eye out, of course, out of the lap counter at the top of your screens there. As the drivers, the icons there, they will be moving out of the pit lane any moment now. We should have grid pit lane exit open. There we go, green light, pit exit is open, and the teams with their icons should be making their way out of the pit lane. And yes, we will get an update on when the race is going to be getting underway. So they are following the safety car at this moment in time, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, we do have the race is technically underway, the formation lap underway. So I will give you an update of the grid order as it currently stands when they are all exiting the pit lane. But yes, not long to go, guys. Not long to go. And away we go slowly. Yes, away we go slowly. But thank you for everyone for tuning in. You've been very, very patient. Of course, those of you who are filtering in as well, much, much appreciated. Remember to hit the like and subscribe button. And yes, we do finally have the Belgian GP race getting underway. Not just yet, but very, very shortly. So confirmation there that everyone is still on the intermediate tyres. I'm watching them making their way down through Eau Rouge now on the TV coverage. And yes, there is spray. Of course, there's still spray. And there are some wet patches out there where the spray is heavier. But it is most doubtedly suitable for racing as the drivers are making their way out of the pit lane there. We do have a couple of pit lane starters anyway today. But I'll be interested to see. They're probably going to start just from the back of the field. With a safety car rolling start, I think they're allowed to start behind the field. I don't think they have to make their way through the pit lane again. So, yeah, well, intriguing to see what that rule is. But let's have a rundown of this grid, shall we, as we are behind the safety car at the moment. It is Lando Norris on pole position with Oscar Piastri in P2, just pipping his teammate by under 100th of a second yesterday. Charles Leclerc did wonderful on a set of used tyres to get ahead of Max Verstappen into P3, as we have confirmation there that we are under safety car conditions. Max Verstappen in P4, he has a much higher loaded downforce setup for these wet weather conditions, and he is hoping he can make quick work of Charles Leclerc in that Ferrari and see what he can do in that Red Bull. Can he stay with the McLarens? He has low expectations, but we know what Max can do in that Red Bull, just like we saw him win the sprint race yesterday. Alex Albon, a tremendous qualifying from him, getting up into P5 with George Russell, the best mates, lining up alongside him in P6. We have Yuki Tsunoda in P7, a best qualifying from him all season. It seems like that Red Bull are now not saving spare parts for Max Verstappen's car and actually applying them to Yuki's car. So maybe that's a reason for his good qualifying here this weekend. Isaac Hadjar and Liam Lawson, a double RBQ3 qualification. They've got an opportunity of scoring some good points today. Gabriel Bortoletto, another Q3 from him. Esteban Ocon on a very low downforce setup. We'll see how he does. It's going to be very tricky from him in these slippery conditions at the start of this race. Ollie Behrman, a split strategy from them in setup. He has got a much more loaded rear wing starting in P12. We have Pierre Gasly in P13. Nico Hulkenberg is in 14th. Colapinto is 15th. Stroll 16th. They've been promoted up into 15th and 16th because we have Sainz, Hamilton, Antonelli and Alonso who have taken setup changes. Most notably Hamilton, Antonelli and Alonso are starting with a brand new power unit. So they should be starting from the pit lane, but because this race is going to be started under safety car conditions, a rolling start, I think the rules state that they are allowed to start the race on the grid and they don't have to make any way through the pit lane. But there we go, guys. That is it at the moment. We have the safety car out there. I think the track is suitable. Everyone is stating on the radio to get on with it, except for the two McLarens, who are the two lead drivers, of course. But yeah, I mean, looking at the spray, that's considerably less and nowhere near what we saw earlier on today. There are even dry lines forming now, from what I can see, from the displacement of water that these 20 cars are doing with their intermediate tyres. So yes, safety car, hopefully the safety car will come in this lap. I don't think we need any more than this. So yes, we are currently on lap 2 of this race. So we are going to at least lose minimum 2 laps of racing today behind the safety car. We could have more, of course, later on if it is required. But as Charles Leclerc is reminded of the car lengths, you can extend to 20 car lengths in these conditions, is supposedly what has been relayed to Charles Leclerc there. Normally 10 car lengths, but maybe in these conditions, and because the race hasn't got underway yet, they are allowing 20 car lengths to the car ahead. But yes, let's see what is going to happen. Just looking at the onboard helmet cam of, I think it's Carlos Sainz there, or Alex Albon. I think it's Alex Albon. And look, the most amount of spray that is being thrown off is down the Kemmel Straight. Of course, that is the highest speed section of the circuit, down the Kemmel Straight. But for the most part, there is visibility out there. There is visibility. They should be getting racing. Through Pouhon, there is almost no rain. There is no spray at all. There is no spray at all. So the safety car is currently making its way through turn 15 and making its way through the back end of the circuit through Blanchimont. But at the moment, we still have no message from race control that the race will be getting underway. So we are going to lose another lap. We're going to lose 3 laps here under the safety car, it seems, which is just so ridiculous right now, ladies and gentlemen. It's so ridiculous. We should be racing right now. Lewis Hamilton reports it's drying pretty quick. It's drying pretty quick. Why are we not racing? Why are we not racing? We've waited an hour and 20 minutes for this race to get underway, and they're making us wait even longer. The visibility is absolutely fine right now. We have now going to lose 3 laps under this safety car, and I am a very positive man, guys. I love F1. However, I do think right now we are wasting time. We are losing important racing laps here. The race could have got underway right now, but we currently aren't. So The safety car is being driven by Bernd Meinlander. He is always the safety car driver, and he is a very, very skilled man, to say the least. But of course, the safety car can only go at a certain speed. Even when it's going full tilt, it is absolutely nothing to what a Formula One car can do. But yes, at the moment, we are still waiting for this race to get back underway. Lando Norris reports the right side of the grid is still a lot wetter than the left. Yep, it's not side to side equal. So Lando Norris, of course, stating that the grid at the moment, while it's drier on the right-hand side, on the left-hand side it is not. He's trying to ensure that we do not get a standing start here on this race start. So he wants a safety car start so that he can benefit from controlling the speed of the start. So I don't know if that's what they're waiting for. Are they waiting for this race start to be suitable to be a standing start? Just get the race underway, even if it's a rolling start, we will see. But still nothing at this moment in time related from the race control, as you can see at the top of your screen there, of when this race is going to get underway. Hopefully we see the safety car is going to be in shortly, but nothing yet on a decision of when this race is going to actually start. So it's confirmed that the FIA can still choose between a standing or rolling start. Okay, so maybe that's what they're trying to wait for. Maybe they're trying to wait for the grid to dry out some more. I don't know. I just want racing right now. I don't care if there's a standing start. I don't care. Get this race underway. We have lost 3 unnecessary laps at this current time. Potentially could be 4 under the safety car. We could have been racing after 1 lap, to be honest with you. But that is where we are currently sitting, guys. That is where we are currently sitting. I don't think it's not suitable yet for dry tyres, Steve. No, it's most definitely not suitable yet for dry tyres. But, hang on. Apparently, hang on. Apparently, they're hearing on the TV coverage that drivers may have to come in for new tyres. We will see. We will see. People paying good money to see a race or refund people. Oh, no, hopefully it's not that case. So the safety car is in the pit lane. And is that safety car in the pit lane? No, they're going down the starting grid again. Sorry, that looked like the safety car was diving into the pit lane there. But we are now on our 4th lap here, guys. Let's just restart the background music, shall we? Because, well, we don't know when we're going to get in a race start yet. There is no decision yet on when this race is going to get underway. My goodness, my absolute goodness, this is ridiculous right now. This is ridiculous. I mean, we are. Why not get this race underway? Even if the track dries quick enough, that then within 3-4 laps they're onto slick tyres. Let that be the race. Don't get it to the point of where this race is going to be starting purely on slicks. That is not what we are here for. Get the race underway when it should be. And there we go. Confirmation of a rolling start here at the end of the lap. So that means the safety car will be peeling in at the end of this lap, 4 laps later than it needed to. And, well, yes, the safety car will be in this lap, and we'll have Lando Norris, music to his ears, that he'll be able to control this race start. Not restart, yes, actual start, as will have 40 laps remaining once they cross the start-finish line. But for Lando Norris, Oscar Piastri won't be too upset with that either, to be perfectly honest with you, Oscar Piastri, because he'll be able to focus on the slipstream of Lando Norris ahead, and he won't have to worry about losing an unnecessary position to Charles Leclerc. But he'll also be a bit sad that he won't be able to get a decent launch off the line and maybe force his teammate into an error. He still can, but this is music to Lando Norris's ears, where he will be able to get this race back underway. So let's have one more look at the grid order here. We have Lando Norris in P1 with Oscar Piastri 2nd. Charles Leclerc is 3rd with Verstappen 4th. Albon is in 5th with Russell 6th. Tsunoda is 7th with Hadjar and Lawson, the double RBs, in the top 10 in 8th and 9th. Bortoletto is 10th. Ocon with the skinny rear wing is in 11th. He'll be hoping for this track to dry up pretty quickly as Lando starts to back the field up now for this race start. Ollie Berman is in P12 with a more downforce loaded setup. Gasly is in 13th. Hulkenberg 14th. Colapinto is 15th and 16th. They've both been moved up because Sainz, Hamilton, Antonelli and Alonso were to be starting from the end of the pit lane with braking Parc Fermé rules with brand new engines and setup changes, but they are now starting at the back of the grid. So this is good for their chances here in potentially recovering some positions due to those changes. But here we go. When is Lando Norris going to go? When is he going to go? Of course, they cannot overtake until they cross the start-finish line. Will Lando go early? Will he go late? Let's see what he decides to do as the safety car is now pulling into the pit lane. And I think they've decided to go. Lando has gone early as they make their way through Blanchimont into the bus stop chicane. They can't overtake yet. And Lando Norris is looking to get the launch on his teammate Oscar Piastri as they make their way into the bus stop chicane for the first time. And Lando Norris will lead across the start-finish line from Oscar Piastri in second and Charles Leclerc in third. And Oscar Piastri is still 3 tenths behind his teammate as they make their way into the braking zone of La Source. But we know La Source isn't necessarily where the overtakes occur. It is at the end of the Kemmel Straight into turn 5. We are go here at Spa. Finally, after over an hour and 20 minutes of a delay. But Oscar Piastri is under the rear wing of his teammate. You can see there as they make their way over Radillon through Eau Rouge. 1.5 tenths is the gap between Piastri and Norris. They're side by side as they make their way down the Kemmel Straight. Piastri is ahead. Will Norris be able to hold on to the lead from Oscar Piastri, or will Piastri take the lead into turn 5? And he does. The Australian up into turn 5 in the lead from Lando Norris. Lando, who would have been looking forward to that rolling start, has not been able to utilise it. The two McLarens are first and second. Piastri, unbelievable from him as Lance Stroll loses a position to Carlos Sainz further back, as the only changes of position there on the start is Oscar Piastri at the front as Sainz actually loses that position back to Lance Stroll, and the only change of position here on this race start is the front two with Oscar Piastri and Lando Norris. Lando Norris had no answer to Oscar Piastri as Piastri got comfortably ahead of Lando Norris before the end of the Kemmel Straight. And well, that is it at the moment at the front. We are underway here. The track is wet, but it is drying. That is not the end of this race, but Oscar Piastri, as it currently stands, will be extending his championship lead by a further 7 points on Lando Norris, currently sitting at 9 points. It would be up to 16 points as it currently stands if Piastri wins and Norris finishes second at this moment in time. No DRS activated at this moment because the track is still too wet, but we have 40 laps remaining here, 39 laps as they'll cross the start-finish line. Piastri leads from Lando Norris after gaining the lead there from his teammate on the slipstream down into turn 5. He experienced it, of course, yesterday with Max Verstappen, and this time he was the one on the attack. Lando Norris looking careful there, needs to be careful that he doesn't come under attack from Charles Leclerc behind. Max Verstappen is in P4 with Albon in P5. George Russell still in 6th, 7th is Tsunoda, Hadjar 8th, Lawson 9th, Bortoletto is in 10th, and well, pretty much, as I mentioned, only Sainz and Stroll are the only other drivers who have switched positions, but Albon may be losing a position here to George Russell as George Russell is on the attack on the Williams driver. As the top 4 close up and bunch up, and there's only 2 seconds separating the top 4 at the moment. Albon trying to defend from Russell into turn 5, but he cannot make that Williams wide enough as George Russell holds onto the position from Alex Albon and gets himself up into P5. Lewis Hamilton dispatches Lance Stroll as well into P17, and Stroll is now down 2 places back into P18 as Charles Leclerc is coming under attack considerably from Max Verstappen there as he lost an important amount of time to Lando Norris through the first sector, and you can see there that gap over 1 second to Leclerc and Lando at the moment, with Max Verstappen less than around half a second on Charles Leclerc. Still no DRS at this moment in time, but the track is most definitely drying at the moment. There are certain points on the circuit, on the TV coverage that I'm witnessing, where there are no levels of spray at all. The Kemmel Straight is still, Eau Rouge and the Kemmel Straight are still by far the most wettest parts of this circuit, as Max Verstappen is all over the back of Charles Leclerc at the moment, as the McLarens are starting to pull out a 2-second lead over P3 of Charles Leclerc. How long will Max Verstappen be able to stay behind Charles Leclerc? We will see. Half a second. Will he go for a move into the bus stop chicane, or will he just bide his time with a Elagto? Charles Leclerc will be getting from the McLarens ahead. You do suspect it is just when, not if, Max Verstappen will be able to get past Charles Leclerc, as that gap is at 2 seconds to Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri as they cross the line for 38 laps remaining. We are on the 7th lap here. Of course, we lost 4 laps to the safety car unnecessarily, but the race is underway. Piastri leads from Norris. Leclerc is P3. Let's keep an eye on this battle between P3 at the moment, as Leclerc is 2 seconds back from Norris. He'll still be getting a slight tow, but Max Verstappen will be getting a considerable one under the rear wing of Charles Leclerc. Can he get past him and try to keep the gap close to Lando Norris as Antonelli gets past Lance Stroll into turn 1? Colapinto is almost going side by side with Carlos Sainz into Eau Rouge. I think that potentially they did there as Charles Leclerc holds off Max Verstappen into turn 5. Lando Norris is closing the gap to his teammate around 8 tenths at this moment in time. Of course, Oscar Piastri will like the DRS to stay off for as long as possible so that he will not, for his teammate will not get the benefit. Of course, if you're running a more low downforce setup and you have a larger rear wing, the DRS is much more effective than it is on a low downforce setup and a low downforce wing. George Russell trying to close the gap up on Leclerc and Verstappen at the moment, as he did do a sub 2 minute lap there as Leclerc is holding up Max Verstappen at this moment in time. But as we move down to the bottom of the grid, the middle pack have pretty much stayed as they are. George Russell and Alex Albon, the only drivers in the midfield really to swap positions, as Sainz and Hamilton and Antonelli, those drivers who started at the back due to changes of their engines and setup, have gained positions on Lance Stroll and are now eyeing up Colapinto. But Charles Leclerc, you can see the leaders there, Piastri and Norris. 1.4 seconds is the gap to them now. Now, will these drivers going to have to be careful with their tyre management at the moment? No doubt they are going to be seeking wet patches as it currently stands, and yes they are. I'm visibly seeing the McLarens go offline as they go down into poo on turn 10 to try and find the wet patches to cool off their tyres on this drying Spa circuit. There are dry lines considerably forming into some of the corners, but most of the circuit is still wet enough in a number of areas where the intermediates are still required. Let's stay on board with Charles as Hamilton gets past Carlos Sainz now into turn 16, as Kimi Antonelli has lost positions there. Has he lost positions into the bus stop there? I'm not sure if that was just a track map or if that was an issue with his transponder. He lost a couple of positions there, it seemed, as he went into the bus stop. I think it was just his transponder, but Verstappen all over the rear wing of Charles Leclerc at the moment. 4 tenths is the gap, but I'm not sure if he's got enough to get past him. And no, you can see he's actually lifting Max Verstappen as they get into turn 5. As Antonelli, yes, lap time deleted because of track limits at turn 18. So Kimi Antonelli did go through the bus stop chicane there and maybe unnecessarily held onto positions. Because of that, he's actually got the fastest last sector, Kimi Antonelli, at the moment, as Hamilton got past Colapinto into the bus stop. As yes, I'm watching TV coverage, Kimi Antonelli cheating there, doing an F1 cheat code. That would be a slowdown on iRacing for sure, as he went straight through the bus stop chicane there, but has held onto his position. So I'm not sure how the stewards will look at that, but we will see. But at the moment, at the top, it is Piastri and Norris, as predicted. If they were still the front two cars at the end of the first lap into turn, or particularly at the end of the Kemmel Straight into turn 5, they would be driving off into the distance, and that is what we are seeing at the moment, with no threat behind. Charles Leclerc losing time. 3.4 seconds is the gap to the McLarens up ahead, with Max Verstappen frustratingly stuck behind them at the moment. George Russell, though, unable to close to them further up ahead. But Lewis Hamilton, the only other, is the largest mover at the moment, with a brand new power unit in that Ferrari, starting at the back. Of course, a poor qualification for him yesterday, taking a brand new engine. He is up 3 positions into 15th and now has his eyes set on Nico Hülkenberg. Let's see if he can dispatch him into the bus stop chicane. He did Colapinto last time around. He has the slipstream, but as does Hülkenberg, though, on Pierre Gasly. But does Hamilton have more pace at the moment? He's closing. And I think he's side by side with Hülkenberg as they head into the bus stop chicane, and he comes out ahead of Nico Hülkenberg out of the bus stop chicane. Lewis Hamilton on the attack here, already 4 positions up, and he's next on his target list. In his sights is Pierre Gasly up ahead, as we are starting to see lots of track limits at turn 4 from drivers. That is at the top of Radion there, as we can see that Leclerc is still no closer. He's losing ground to Lando Norris, and Verstappen unable to close the gap on Charles Leclerc at this moment in time, and maybe just losing a bit of time due to his tyres out on this drying circuit. They're heading through Blanchimont into the bus stop chicane, and there is not a lot of wet areas out there at the moment. We are not far, ladies and gentlemen, from dry tyres, but it is still wet enough down the Kemmel Straight and still wet enough through Eau Rouge that at the moment intermediates are required. The drivers are considerably moving offline down the straights to seek out the wet patches to cool off their tyres, and that is why we are starting to see Verstappen not really able to stay close. Well, he is staying close, apologies, to Charles Leclerc, as he's now 4 tenths behind Charles. So Charles losing a bit of time through the middle sector there, as Hamilton is already all over the rear wing of Pierre Gasly, and surely it's only a matter of time before he dispatches Pierre Gasly. He's the only driver making moves at the moment on this grid. Esteban Ocon currently holding up Ollie Behrman, and well, you do suspect, but will there be a team order there from the Haas team with Ollie Behrman on a much skinnier rear wing set up for dry conditions? THB, thank you for the 69, by the way, much appreciated as he cheers on Max Verstappen, currently in P4, as Hamilton dispatches Pierre Gasly into turn 14, and as such, Pierre Gasly and Nico Hülkenberg are side by side through turn 15, and Hülkenberg has got ahead of Pierre Gasly and taken advantage of that, as Pierre Gasly gets back past Nico Hülkenberg. Wow, side by side racing almost as they head through Blanchimont between Nico Hülkenberg and Pierre Gasly. Hülkenberg looks to come back through the bus stop chicane. I think they're side by side as Verstappen is half a second back from Charles Leclerc at the moment, and maybe he's got a great exit there as Gasly and Hülkenberg still fighting. Gasly holds off Hülkenberg, but as we move further up, P3, Leclerc 5.5 seconds back from the two McLarens, who are 1.5 seconds separated at the moment, but Verstappen has sat back and cooled off his tyres for a little while. This is his best opportunity since the start of this race. Does he have enough? No, you can see he is not gaining considerably enough down the Kemmel Straight to get past Charles Leclerc at this moment in time. So Max Verstappen, oh no, Charles Leclerc, a bit of a moment there through turn 6 and 7, as that's allowed Max Verstappen to get really close there. He was half a second back, and then it dropped to 3 tenths. Charles really struggling with the left and right change of direction through Les Combes there. That is really where Charles Leclerc is losing a considerable amount of time. As Oscar Piastri is told, it feels like it might not be too far off already. As looking at Eau Rouge, there is a clear, definitive dry line through Eau Rouge at the moment. It is only really the Kemmel Straight where there is a lot of wet ground. There are plenty of areas on this circuit. I am seeing no spray at all. No spray at all. So we are not far from a crossover of the slick tyres. Who is going to pull that trigger first? We will see. Max Verstappen considerably closer than he has been for quite some time. But Lewis Hamilton, the biggest mover at the moment, up 5 positions with that new power unit in P13. He is looking to chase down Esteban Ocon and Ollie Behrman. With Ollie Behrman on that higher downforce setup, I'm surprised they haven't decided to switch Esteban Ocon and Ollie Behrman at this moment in time, as you can see there. Has Behrman got ahead of Ocon there? No, he's very close to him though, as they are about to come under attack by Lewis Hamilton, who is charging through this field at the moment, as Verstappen is so close to Leclerc. He's 2 tenths back from Charles Leclerc there, as Charles Leclerc had a bit of a moment through the bus stop chicane, as Leclerc is starting to struggle on these intermediate tyres. We saw the Ferrari struggle similarly with Lewis Hamilton last time around in Silverstone, as Verstappen is under 2 tenths behind Leclerc now through Eau Rouge. Surely it's just a matter of time. Is he too close though? He doesn't want to be too close to it. He has to lift, and I think he may have done just a little bit, but we'll see as he stays in the slipstream of Charles Leclerc, and you can see that gap drop him as Verstappen has indeed got too close to Charles Leclerc on the run down through Eau Rouge, but he had to lift and importantly lost top line speed. They were side by side almost as they went through turn 1 due to the errors of Charles Leclerc, who is starting to struggle on this drying track on the intermediate tyre. As I mentioned, we saw similar struggles last time around in Silverstone with Hamilton in the drying conditions on the intermediate tyre, and Ferrari were very slow to react to that, but at the moment now is not necessarily the time to pit. You want track position, and he's still holding off Max Verstappen, as Ollie Behrman and Esteban Ocon did indeed swap places finally there through down at the end of the Kemmel Straight, as Lewis Hamilton is now looking to try and get past Esteban Ocon. Behrman, have they potentially held up Behrman for too long there, as he is 3.1 seconds behind Gabriel Bortoletto now. But as we are on our 11th lap here at Spa-Francorchamps, it is Oscar Piastri leading 2 seconds from Lando Norris, as Leclerc says, I don't know if it's the downforce, but my God, my tyres are gone. So confirmation there, ladies and gentlemen, that Charles Leclerc's tyres are indeed gone. He is not happy at all, and that is why you're starting to see Max Verstappen really close down, but he maybe with that higher downforce setup that he's got here compared to the weekend. He does not have enough top speed, like Oscar Piastri did on him yesterday in the sprint race, to get past Charles at the moment. As Verstappen is trying to, you can see there, Verstappen 9 tenths back from Leclerc, as Leclerc is now 8 seconds back from Lando Norris in P2. There's 2 seconds separating Piastri and Norris, and I just suppose, when will they pull the trigger? Who is going to pull the trigger first and go onto the soft compound tyres, the medium, whichever they decide to go onto? I suspect the medium will be the tyre of choice with 33 laps remaining here, as Hamilton is the first driver to pit. Hamilton, bold from the Ferrari team and from Lewis Hamilton. They were slow to react last time around in Silverstone, and it cost him a podium position at Silverstone, his home circuit. But Hamilton is the first driver to pit. He's been on a charge, and he is no doubt going on to a set of slick compound tyres here. Let's see what he decides to come out on as he exits the pit lane. Let's see as Hulkenberg also decides to pit, as well as Pierre Gasly and Fernando Alonso, as Hamilton is indeed out on a set of medium compound tyres. All eyes now up and down the paddock on Lewis Hamilton. I'm not entirely sure if that was a decision by Ferrari or if that was a decision by Lewis Hamilton. Of course, Lewis Hamilton, the drivers out there, it's probably being led by them at the moment, the decision when to pit to slicks, because they are the ones who feel the car. They're the ones who can feel the grip out there at the moment. And, well, yes, we have just hit the crossover period. Who decides to respond to Hamilton, Hulkenberg, Gasly and Alonso? Maybe a bit too early still for those front runners. Charles Leclerc has been complaining about his tyres falling off, but they want to see the lap times, no doubt, and the sector times of Lewis Hamilton, of Nico Hulkenberg, Gasly and Alonso. So we'll keep an eye out on that as Hamilton, when he heads through the second sector time. The first sector is a bit skewed because, of course, they exit the pit lane there. But what are my tyres gone? No tread. Yes, it means that he's losing grip and he is sliding around considerably at the moment. And, well, I'm looking at the TV coverage and I cannot see any spray at this moment in time. And there we go. Normal grip conditions. DRS activated as Leclerc pits, as Verstappen pits. And Lewis Hamilton is making his way through the middle sector right now. And what is that sector time for him in the middle sector? Is it purple? It is indeed. It's 4 to 3 seconds quicker than the McLarens and the rest of the field. It is slick tyres right now. And, well, how many positions here can Lewis Hamilton gain? That is the question, as Piastri, the first of the McLarens, pits. And, well, that's interesting because there is no double stack for McLaren. Lando Norris has decided to extend, but how much time could he potentially lose here? Lewis Hamilton was around 13th place when he pitted. How many positions can he gain? Look how many positions Lewis Hamilton is going to gain here. Oh my goodness, Lewis Hamilton with the undercut. He was P13. He's in P12 at the moment, and I think he's got ahead of Gabriel Bortoletto. He's up into P11, and, well, no doubt with an extra lap of heat in those tyres, he is now going to get past Liam Lawson down into turn 5 there. You can see he's got the run because he had the full exit out of turn 1, and Lewis Hamilton at the end of the Kemmel Straight has gained 2 positions there. He's up 8 places already. A fastest first sector from him, a 32.4, but it's just been nabbed away from Nico Hulkenberg, and he is up into P10 now and will be hunting down the pack ahead. That, I cannot believe I'm saying it, but what a great call by the Ferrari team. But Charles Leclerc, unfortunately for him, has come out behind Esteban Ocon, who is extending here on this intermediate tyre. Not good from them. Let's see what happens with Oscar Piastri and Lando Norris. They had plenty of a gap and time here, but they didn't want a double stack by the looks of it, as Lando Norris is now coming into the pit lane to put on a fresh set of tyres as well. It is most definitely slick compound tyres, but I cannot believe. I'm interested to see if that was a Lewis Hamilton decision there or whether it was a Ferrari decision to bring him in. But regardless, the decision was the right one, as he is up into P10 and a fastest middle sector for Lewis Hamilton now, a 49.2, as Max Verstappen is actually coming under attack there from George Russell as they've got past Esteban Ocon, who is on the intermediate tyres, as Piastri does regain the lead after making the first pit stop there on his teammate. As Lando, difference in strategy here from the 2 McLaren drivers and the garages, as Norris is on the hard compound tyre. Is this a potential one-stop here for Lando Norris? We will see. Interesting decision there. McLaren's side of the garage of Lando responding to the decision of Piastri to go onto the medium. Well, if there is no more rain to the end of the race, Norris is on the hard to the end and will have track position with Piastri potentially having to pit again. Interesting decisions there as drivers are swapping positions left, right and centre. There was almost a collision with Esteban Ocon as the drivers made their way through him, through Blanchimont. But Yuki Tsunoda is out in the pit lane as well. And those drivers who stayed on the intermediates for just a couple of laps longer have lost out big time there. Yuki Tsunoda now down 5 positions. Poor decision making there from Red Bull with Yuki Tsunoda as he is now down into P12. Isaac Hadjar also down into P15 as well. He's down 7 places at the moment. So those who stayed out on the intermediates for even 1 lap longer have lost those positions as Lewis Hamilton is now up into P7. Lewis Hamilton with the undercut. He pitted first and he is up 11 positions. He's gained 5 positions. More than 5 positions there, 6 positions from that undercut alone. Perfect timing from Lewis Hamilton there as he is up into P7. And yes, he is in the DRS now of Alex Albon ahead. And yes, only 4 seconds back from Charles Leclerc, his teammate for P3. Wow. Piastri at the moment, as everyone has now made a pit stop. Let's take stock of this race. Thank you for the $5, by the way, from Ashley. Much appreciated. We always answer your questions. And if you want to stick around to the end of this race and have a chat, please do. Because we don't jump off. We stick around to take stock of everything that has happened in this race. And well, we were made to wait for it. And it's providing thus far. As we can see, with 30 laps remaining, we have difference in strategy for Oscar Piastri and Lando Norris. The gap is now 9.4 seconds, with Lando staying out longer, as he is told, no hurry here, just keep it on track, as Lando Norris is predicted to go to the end of this race now, and will gain track position with the hard compound tyre. Oscar Piastri on the medium with a suspected another stop to make. Very long way to go in this race at Spa. Charles Leclerc is third, with Verstappen in P4, a further 1 second back, as George Russell is all over the rear wing of Max Verstappen at the moment, and Russell seems to have switched on those medium compound tyres much quicker than that of Max Verstappen, who is running much more rear wing. Does he have maybe too much rear wing? Of course, with this now dry circuit here at Spa. George Russell in P5 with Alex Albon in P6, who is looking to hold off Lewis Hamilton, who is up 11 positions at the moment and the quickest driver out on track. Yes, he has a new power unit, but a great strategy call by pitting first onto the medium tyres. First out of anyone out there has meant he has gained 6 positions in that pit stop alone. As Liam Lawson is in P8, Hulkenberg is also up in P5. He's in the points again. Nico Hulkenberg in the points again. He's ahead of his teammate who is in P10. It looks like at the moment it is a double point scoring places for Hulkenberg and Bortoleto. Pierre Gasly is up 2 places in P11, charging onto the back of Gabriel Bortoleto. Tsunoda, a big loser there after staying too long out on the intermediate tyres, is down 5 positions into P12. Alonso, one of those drivers who pitted early with Lewis Hamilton, is up 7 places into P13. Colin Behrman is down into 14th. 15th is Colapinto. Hadjar, biggest loser at the moment, down 8 places in P16. Antonelli is up 2 places in 17. Stroll is 18th. Sainz is 19th. And well, actually, the biggest loser is Esteban Ocon. We wondered how that low downforce setup would fare for him. And well, he stayed out there on the intermediates 2 laps longer than needed. And he is down 9 positions and dead last, and 9 seconds off of the back of Carlos Sainz. But as we make our way further up the grid, Verstappen is starting to lose ground to Charles Leclerc. He did get the fastest lap last time around, a 48.1, so maybe it was just a sake of his tyres coming up into the right temperature window. But George Russell is still very close to him, but he's not got he's turned his DRS off quite early, George Russell, because he's just biding his time, a fastest first sector for him, as Lewis Hamilton on that charge, still trying to close down Alex Albon and put him under pressure. But Albon, win that pacey Williams, we know it's quick in a straight line, he's just still got enough of a toe from George Russell up ahead. It's enough to hold off Lewis for now, but lots of drivers within the DRS. The gap between Piastri and Norris now is 9 seconds. No doubt Lando and Piastri, Lando Norris will be thinking about lap times, achieving lap times to ensure that he has a certain gap over his teammate Oscar Piastri. What does Oscar Piastri do? Does he just try and be conservative on these tyres to the very end? Can he take a set of medium compound tyres over 30 laps here to the end of the race? We will see. Many have asked and wondered, has Oscar Piastri improved on his tyre management? Well, today we will potentially get that answer. as Piastri will want to avoid making an extra pit stop for sure. Or will his approach be different? Let's try and build out a gap over my teammate Lando. And remember, it's an 18.5 second pit stop lost time here. That is the gap that he'll be looking to try and build over his teammate. Can he do it, or will he just think about trying to get the position out on track? It could be a stonker of the last few laps here with the McLaren boys fighting it out on track. We will see what their approaches are. As Verstappen radio says, mate, the clipping on the main straight is shockingly bad. It's so bad. So Max Verstappen with potential issues with his battery at the moment, which is why he has been losing time to Charles Leclerc and coming into the potential clutches of George Russell. Lewis Hamilton, DRS open for him on Alex Albon, but with Verstappen struggles at the moment, Albon is still getting enough of a tow from George Russell up ahead, as Hamilton unable really at this moment in time to gain too much on Alex Albon. Further back, Liam Lawson holding off Nico Hulkenberg, who is up 5 positions into P9 again, and Hulkenberg is looking at the move on Liam Lawson, getting very close under his rear wing. Hulkenberg looking for his 5th straight race in a row where he scores points, as Alonso is dispatched by Ollie Behrman there, and Kimi Antonelli dispatches Isaac Hadjar as well, as Antonelli moves himself up into P16. But yes, Hulkenberg, remember, he's got the last 4 races, he started outside the top 15 and has scored points. He started 14th today, and he could be scoring points again for the 5th time in a row. The Stake F1 team truly know how to convert their race strategy, don't they? A brilliant decision for them, once again, pitting with Lewis Hamilton and also gaining considerable positions there to be in P9 and ahead of his teammate who qualified in P10 and got into Q3. So yes, Bortoletto must feel a little bit hurt at the moment as he sees the rear wing of his teammate ahead of him, who started 4 positions lower. But at the moment, Piastri, that gap, 8.7 seconds as Lando sets the fastest lap of the race last time around. Hang on. As report there from Lando's engineer, confirmation, Oscar Piastri will be trying to get to the end of the race. There we go. We are going to see whether or not Oscar Piastri can manage his tyres to the end of this race. We are going to see it in full effect here, whether Oscar Piastri has improved on his tyre management. Lando Norris on the much harder compound tyre, arguably the slower tyre, but it will be longer lasting than that of Oscar Piastri on the medium, who will have to do some pace laps to the end of this race. It is going to be very interesting with 27 laps remaining, as that gap currently sits at 8.8 seconds. Charles Leclerc 5.5 seconds back, and he's pulling away from Max Verstappen at the moment, who is having issues with clipping on his battery, which is not allowing him to stay in the range of Charles Leclerc's DRS. He is now 2.1 seconds back, with George Russell flirting with it at the moment. Lewis Hamilton starting to back off a little bit of Alex Albon as he's come to a bit of a roadblock. That charge by Lewis Hamilton started 18th today, now up in P7. As Isaac Hadjar got overtaken there by Lance Stroll. Isaac Hadjar, has he got a potential issue in that RB car? He's dropping back through the field quite dramatically, as Yuki Tsunoda, unfortunately another driver who was shafted by, of course, the staying on an intermediate a bit too long, is currently in P12 and trying to chase down Gasly, but more so looking in his rearview mirrors at Ollie Behrman and Fernando Alonso at the moment. Lance Stroll starting to pick up the pace as well, with a fastest first sector from him. As Lando Norris sets another purple lap there, 2 tenths quicker than that of Oscar Piastri, and we do suspect, as we mentioned just then, that Oscar Piastri and Lando Norris will be going to the end of this race. The tyre history, unfortunately, at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, is currently glitched. It will eventually sort itself out, but at the moment, yes, the tyre history, we do not have an accurate representation at this moment in time, but it will sort itself out later on. But they are all on the tyres that they are currently showcased at the moment. Majority of the field, everyone in the field on the medium compound tyre except Lando Norris. How will this play out? Lando lost, of course, the lead on the first lap, exactly in the same fashion Piastri did yesterday to Max Verstappen at the end of the run to turn 5. Even with a rolling start, Lando Norris wasn't able to hold on to that position, and well, he currently finds himself in P2 and on a different strategy compared to his teammate. One on the hard, Lando, and one on the mediums, Piastri. 8.4 seconds is the gap at the moment, with Piastri no doubt having to do some tyre saving throughout this race to make it to the end. Lando can afford to push just a bit more than his teammate. And, well, it's going to make things very interesting towards the end. As you see there, Piastri not leaning on his tyres so much in the middle sector, 46.5 compared to Norris's 46.3. So 2 temps taken out in that middle sector there for Lando on Piastri, and a 10th in the first sector as well. So 3 temps alone on this lap. Lando has gained on his teammate, and that is no doubt showcasing of Piastri not wanting to take too much out of his medium compound tyres. Hulkenberg is cooking at the moment as well. He's doing quite nicely. We'll see there. He's dropping back a little bit from Liam Lawson. No, looks like he's dropping back a little bit there. We'll see if there's a swapping of positions from Hulkenberg and Bortoleto, and if Bortoleto goes on the attack, as Lando does another. That's his 3rd fastest lap in a row, and it's 4 temps quicker than that of Oscar Piastri. As we mentioned, we do suspect there will be laps like this where Norris will gain, as Piastri is in tyre saving mode to try and make it to the end. Lewis Hamilton update, up 11 positions. He has fallen back a little bit from Alex Albon, and, well, he is no doubt in a range, a 1.5 second range, just to try and look after his tyres. As Gabriel Bortoleto is told, as he says on the radio, Nico needs to overtake him, man. If not, let me go. Okay, we are managing that here, is what is being told to Gabriel Bortoleto. Will Hulkenberg be switching the positions here with Gabriel Bortoleto down the Kemmel Straight? It does seem to be the case, as a confirmation of team orders there with Gabriel Bortoleto, who qualified in P10, is now ahead of Nico Hulkenberg, who did benefit from those positions there with a massive undercut, just like Lewis Hamilton did and Fernando Alonso. As Kimi Antonelli dispatches Franco Colapinto into turn 5, and the young Italian, who has needed some confidence here this weekend after a very poor showing, is now up into P15. We'll see if he can progress any further, as he now looks to the rear wing of the Aston Martin and Fernando Alonso further up ahead of him. But at the moment, Esteban Ocon languishing at the back after a brilliant sprint qualifying and sprint race yesterday, finishing in P5. He gambled on the dry setup, the lower downforce setup, but with it starting in wetter conditions, he has found himself down in 20th place. Isaac Hadjar, I'm not entirely sure what's happened to Isaac Hadjar. Did they decide on a different setup choice as well, Isaac Hadjar, or does he have damage that I am not aware of? Because he has fallen through the field here. He is now down 11 places into P19, and I suspect that maybe he has a bit of damage at this moment in time, the RB driver, which is a real shame for him, unless it is similar to Ocon, where he was on the lower downforce setup, and it's quick in a straight line, of course, but not good over a race distance, as we're firing out right now. Stroll cooking yellow sectors. Stroll at the moment, he's still in the DRS of Colapinto though, and catching up to Colapinto, who's currently in P16. And what you can see there, really, the top 10, none of them are in the DRS at this moment in time. With 24 laps remaining, it is Piastri leading 7.9 seconds to Lando Norris, with them both on different tyres, different strategies being deployed here. As Hadjar is in the pits. And, well, is this due to damage, or is this an early retirement for the RB driver? It'll be a real shame for him. He's going back out there, Isaac Hadjar. So Hadjar is back out there. I wonder if maybe there was a front wing damage or something. I'm not entirely sure. Any sort of damage here at Spa is going to be very, very detrimental to you, as you are 70% of the time on full throttle. As I'm looking at the replay of his pit stop here, and he's now onto a set of hard compound tyres, and no, I think he's just got a low downforce setup. It looks like Hadjar has a skinnier rear wing. So, yeah, similar to Ocon, just not really got the race setup here for today in these conditions, as he is now down in 20th and 15 seconds off of the back of Ocon, who is further 8 seconds back from Carlos Sainz. But Verstappen now, is he starting to close up a bit on Charles Leclerc? Gained 3 temps last time around. Piastri sets his fastest lap of the race with a 46.486, which does pull out an extra couple of temps on Lando Norris, but we still have 23 laps remaining here at Spa-Francorchamps of the Belgian Grand Prix. There is not predicted, I think, any more rain. There could still be, but they are seeing that they're trying to get to the end. At the moment, we think try and get to the end is what Piastri is told. It's your call if whether we think we can get this tyre to the end. We consider a pit stop for another one. At the moment, we think get to the end. I can feel a little bit of deg already, so yeah, I think it will be tough to get to the end, is what Oscar Piastri is informing his team. So Oscar Piastri unable, it seems, to try and get this medium compound tyre to the end. So maybe now, this is where we see hammer time for Oscar Piastri to try and put out a gap on his teammate who will be going to the end on the hard compound tyre. And then he goes on the charge at the end of this race to try and get the race win from his teammate out on track. As it currently stands, Oscar Piastri would be gaining a further 7 points on his teammate if he did indeed finish second to Lando Norris. Well, he'd still have a 2-point advantage heading into Hungary next week in the championship. So he still will, regardless, if he finishes second to his teammate, lead the championship. But of course, he'd love a nice buffer compared to 2 points. But at the moment, it seems Oscar Piastri is on a charge there. A green first sector, a green second sector, and that's much quicker than what Lando Norris was able to achieve. He's put about 2 temps on him here. So yes, Lando, there you go. Oscar Piastri, fastest lap of the race, a 46.3 purple. I think we have just seen Oscar Piastri's decision. He is going to go on the attack, and he is going to have to make another pit stop with Lando Norris will most likely regain the lead of this race, and Piastri will trace him down and try to overtake him out on track with a quicker tyre. Let's see how this plays out for them with 22 laps remaining. There is an 18.5 second pit stop lost time on average here at Spa. So not particularly a lot. So as it currently stands, Piastri would come out 10 seconds behind Lando Norris as the gap currently sits at 8.3 seconds. And that is what Piastri would have to make up on Lando at the end of this race as it currently stands. But with that information, I wonder what Lando does. Does he decide to maybe push on a little bit more and ensure that he has a larger gap on his teammate come the end of the race? Or does he just go into tyre saving mode now and ensure he has enough tyre left when his teammate potentially reaches him at the end of the race? Of course, we know catching is one thing, overtaking is another, especially here at Spa, as we have seen it be very difficult to overtake on a dry circuit at least. And that's what we started to see from particular someone like Lewis Hamilton, who is now 2.6 seconds back from Alex Albon. He was on that charge. He's gained 11 positions today, but now he has just hit a bit of a wall when it comes to the dirty air of that Williams. And as the track chart starts to dry up, that advantage you maybe have in those dry conditions without DRS, he is starting to lose. But still, up 11 positions into P7 is a great recovery thus far. We are halfway through this race as it currently stands. 22 laps remaining, or 21 laps remaining, as Oscar Piastri crosses the start-finish line. A 46.433 from him. We'll see what Lando Norris's time is when he crosses the start-finish line, and it is a 1:46.5. So only a 10th difference there from Oscar Piastri to Lando Norris on this hard compound tyre. He was actually quicker in that last sector, Lando Norris, compared to Oscar Piastri. So maybe Oscar even starting to see a little bit of issues with those medium compound tyres at the moment. As George Russell sets the fastest last sector out of anyone, but he is currently 3.3 seconds behind Max Verstappen. The top 8 are separated quite considerably at the moment and are in a tyre-saving phase of this race. It has ended up being a one-stop strategy at this moment in time, which is not particularly what we wanted to see. But with those medium compound runners, will they try? I think some will try and get to the end of this race with some going onto the 2-stop. So let's see. This is going to provide us maybe a bit of a lackluster race at this moment in time as teams and drivers are just trying to save. But then it will be a full-on charge at the end of the race with those on much fresher tyres, with those gambling on-track position. But at the moment, it is Piastri leading from Lando Norris in P2, Leclerc in P3 with Verstappen in P4. Russell is in P5 with Albon in P6 and Hamilton 7th with Lawson in 8th. Bortoletto trying to chase down Liam Lawson after he was allowed through by his team on Nico Hülkenberg, who is up 4 positions into P10. Gasly is in P11, and it looks like all aboard the Gasly train at this moment in time with Pierre Gasly in P11. With Sonoda in the DRS of him, with Behrman in 13th, Alonso 14th, and Antonelli in 15th there. All of those drivers in DRS of one another, with Gasly at its head in P11 at the moment, one place outside of the point scoring positions. Lance Stroll is in P16, Colapinto is in 17th. Carlos Sainz trying to get past Franco Colapinto as it currently stands. It's not been a good race, really, for Carlos Sainz. He did start from the pit lane, was starting from the pit lane, but he has ended up at the back of the grid, of course, with the rolling start, and he has has been unable to take advantage of the undercut like Lewis Hamilton did, like Alonso and Nico Hülkenberg did, and he finds himself still in the bottom three trying to get past the Alpine of Colapinto. With Ocon and Hadjar on the much lower downforce setups, they are languishing at the back at this moment in time as it currently stands. But big thank you everyone for tuning in. By the way, over 11,000 of you here in the stream for this Belgian Grand Prix. Hit the like button and get this stream to over 2,000 likes. It'd be much appreciated. And as always, hit the subscribe button. Let's get to over 52,000 subs. Be much appreciated. Trying to push on to 55,000. But yes, we are in 20 laps remaining of this race as Lando sets the fastest lap of the race. So Oscar Piastri, a 46.4 from him. And I was expecting Oscar Piastri maybe to kick on here at this moment in time. If he's expecting to do another stop here, that is not good enough time, a 46.4 for him, as Lando Norris does a 46.1, and I wouldn't expect Lando Norris right now to be pushing too hard on those hard compound tyres if he's expecting to go to the end of this race. We know that they're longer lasting, and maybe they can comfortably do the lap times that he's doing to the end of this race, as he's just done the purple middle sector Lando Norris right now, a 46.3. That gap is 8 seconds, and of course, if Piastri does pit around now, he would come out with an 18.5 second average pit stop loss time. He would end up 10 seconds behind his teammate. But Lando Norris does seem to be gaining on his teammate at the moment, so maybe Piastri is starting to lose those tyres a lot sooner than we expected, as that was a 146.199 for Norris, basically a 146.2 compared to Piastri's 46.4, so 2 tenths gain there on his teammate, and that gap has now come down to 7.8 seconds. Why is the tyre history not getting updated? Unfortunately, it's out of my control, and it does seem to be from F1, so they're not updating the tyre history data at this moment in time. Maybe it will update itself when they decide to make another pit stop. Oscar should box now and get the gain of new tyres so he can push hard. He could potentially... But however, he would have the same issue where even though the car is lighter, he may run out of tyres by the end. By the time he comes to Lando Norris's rear wing, he may have the... That's what we mean. Catching is one thing, overtaking is another. You would still need a delta of maybe... I think what we've seen, you'd still need a delta of around half a second or more to overtake your teammates. Yes, DRS is an advantage here, and especially with the higher downforce setups they're running, but you still need to be able to swoop around the outside and to still get that drive in dry conditions. You would still need to have a considerable amount of tyre delta and advantage, especially in similar machinery. As Lando there, I think, has had a little bit of a excursion as he's lost over a second in that middle sector. Lando Norris there. What has happened to Lando as he's done a 47.7 compared to Piastri's 46.4, and that gap has just shot straight out from 8 seconds to 9.1 seconds. So that's not something that Lando would have been hoping for there. Waiting to see the TV coverage to see exactly what he did, unless it was a big lock-up, unless he just had a moment on a curb. Of course, the curbs are still wet here at Spa, as yes, track limits at turn 10. So Lando Norris went wide at Puon, so maybe he touched the curb there and he ended up having to take to the escape road. We have seen Ollie Behrman have a big moment through Puon yesterday in qualifying. I still haven't yet to see a replay of exactly what occurred there, but the gap, 9.1 seconds of 47.6 compared to Piastri's 46.4, so 1.2 seconds was the gap there that Piastri just gained on Norris that lap due to that error that Lando has had through Puon. We'll yet to see exactly what occurred as we starting to see drivers make a move there. Yuki Tsunoda still in the DRS of Pierre Gasly will stay on board with that battle when they make their way through Eau Rouge down to the end of the Kemmel Straight. Lewis is flying at the moment. That gap, actually, it does seem like Lewis has started to make a bit of a move on Alex Albon. He gained half a second last time around on Alex Albon. So was that a slow lap from Albon? I mean, it does seem to be a slow lap from Albon, as Carlos Sainz has decided to pit here. So Carlos Sainz is the first driver to make a second pit stop here, as they're still yet to show an actual replay of where Lando went off through Puon. But yes, we are in intriguing stages of this race at the moment, with an expected second pit stop to occur for for Oscar Piastri. Maybe he isn't going to go to the end. We will see. We will see. Antonelli, a fastest first sector from him, as they cannot get past. Antonelli did get past Fernando Alonso there, I think. So, yes, Antonelli making a good overtake there for him. He is now up 5 places into P14. But they're still stuck behind Pierre Gasly at this moment in time. How many laps left? There are 17 laps left. Thank you, Andrew. Much appreciated. If you're enjoying the commentary, guys, and the informative stream that we have right here, please hit that like button and continue to hit the subscribe button. There's over 11,000 of you in here at the moment. I'm still yet to see the excursion that Lando took through Pouhon, so TV direction, very poor at the moment. Lando did recover that lap with a 46.3, as they're showing a replay of Kimi Antonelli's overtake on Fernando Alonso, as Alonso did just lose a little bit of ground on that of Ollie Bearman ahead of him, which left him susceptible to Kimi Antonelli. But Carlos Sainz is out on a set of hard compound tyres now to the end of this race. So interestingly, we are seeing the hard compound tyre be used to get to the end of this race and not the medium. Let's see if anyone else has a set of mediums available to them. Of course, with it being a wet race to start off with, the 2 tyre compound rule does not apply. They do not have to use a soft or hard compound tyre now because they started on the intermediate tyre, as there is a black and white flag for track limits for Carlos Sainz. Intriguing there. So he has one more track limits violation and he will have a 5-second time penalty. So not good for Sainz, who is down in 19th already. His day could go from bad to worse. But yes, Sainz on the hard compound tyre. We could still see drivers try and maybe go long and utilise the soft at the end, or put on another set of mediums if they have a brand new set of mediums available to them. Of course, with a sprint race weekend, we have seen the medium compound tyre used more than we would do because of Q1 and Q2 in sprint quali, and of course the sprint race itself. So they may not have brand new mediums available to them, and the hard may be the better choice. But it is the C1, which is not necessarily the overall quickest tyre. But as we look through the field, Hamilton is starting to gain on Alex Albon there. Lando Norris now pumps in a fastest lap of the race. That gap of 45.9 for Lando Norris there, 44.4 last time around. So he's gained, 7 tenths on Piastri last time around alone. Lando Norris on his teammate. Where was that time gained? That was gained primarily in the middle and last sector. So Oscar Piastri losing a bit of time potentially in that last lap. That wasn't particularly quick by his standards, as we do expect lap times to get better even on wearing tyres because of the fuel load being burned off as these cars get lighter. And of course, with this track requiring over 70% of full throttle, the lap times will get quicker, as we see. As Lewis Hamilton, a 47.1 last time around, that gap is 1.2 seconds. So he had been gained on an Albon, but maybe now as he's getting more and more into the rear, into the dirty air of Albon, he is starting to maybe get a little bit unstuck again. But Carlos Sainz on a brand new set of hard compound tyres sets the fastest middle sector out of anyone, a 46.0. But wow, look at that. It seems that Lando is gaining considerable time in the middle sector over Oscar Piastri at the moment. A 46.4 from him in the second sector. Piastri, what was Lando Norris' second sector time? It was it purple? Waiting for him to come through, a 46.291. So a couple attempts taken off Piastri in that middle sector alone, as Colapinto has decided to pit and is out on a brand new set of medium compound tyres there. He has lost a position to Carlos Sainz. Tim, thank you for the £5. Much appreciated, by the way. So we are in the stages of this race where the teams are just tyre saving. We are 15 laps from the end. This is where I would expect to see drivers now make their second pit stop, to be completely honest with you. So we have pit stops incumbent, but who is going to make that second pit stop, as Lewis Hamilton is now within the DRS of Alex Albon? So is this where Albon will now dive into the pit lane? Is his tyres starting to come to a cliff here, and is he going to dive into the pit lane and get out of the way of Lewis Hamilton? No, he's going to stay on. So can Lewis Hamilton close? These two had a little battle at the end of the field yesterday in the sprint race for positions that really didn't matter in the grand scheme of things, but now they are going for points. And well, Albon and Sainz The Williams in general, which has been few and far between when it comes to points recently, even though Sainz had a good finish yesterday in the sprint race, Albon will be wanting to hold on to this position as much as he can. But Lewis Hamilton with the DRS open, how much does he gain with that new power unit that he has in that Ferrari? Down the Kemmel Straight into Lake Coombe. How much does he gain? Does he gain, if any, at the moment? And well, seems to be quite conservative, Lewis Hamilton, as Alonso does dive in for his second pit stop of this race. So he only gained a couple of attempts there, really, Hamilton. Not pushing as much as maybe he would want to, maybe conserving the battery at this moment in time down the Kemmel Straight. You would expect him with a new power unit to gain a bit more than the Williams there with DRS. So, yeah, we will see how it fares. But green sector, yes, green sector's all aboard there for Lando Norris. A 46.1 last time around for Piastri. So he is gaining. That gap has nearly come back down to under 8 seconds. And, well, I guess it's really, really interesting because I still don't know what Piastri is going to do. What is he going to do? Is he going to pit again, or is he just going to hold on to track position? I would suspect if you're Oscar Piastri, you try and hold on to track position and you try and force your teammate to catch up to you and overtake you. Because at 45.889 was the last time around, Lando Norris. Try and conserve your tyre as much as possible. 8 seconds is still a large margin for your teammate to catch up to you, even if he's got longer lasting tyres. As we mentioned, he needs to ensure that he has enough of an advantage in those tyres by the time he catches his teammate with 14 laps remaining. So Piastri was complaining about his tyres falling off and that a second pit stop would be required. But is he going to? We will see, as Hamilton is a lot closer this time around. He is around 6 tenths back from Alex Albon as they make their way out of turn 1, the Soul. 7 tenths is the gap, and well, it might not be enough as they make their way through Eau Rouge here. Lewis Hamilton, of course, who had a track limits violation in the qualifying yesterday, which made him start from down towards the back of the grid and put him out of Q1, his second consecutive Q1 exit this weekend. Hamilton, DRS open. How close does he get this time around? Around 4 tenths back. So he's starting to apply the pressure on Alex Albon at the moment with a 30.7 last time out as Kimi Antonelli makes his way into the pit lane. He is making his second pit stop. So we're still yet to see those making and pulling the trigger on a second pit stop further up the grid, as Lando Norris at gap is 8.3 seconds at the moment to Oscar Piastri. Well, it's around, that's what I mean, the second sector at the moment. Oscar Piastri, I don't think he's losing enough time to Lando Norris, but it's whether or not those tyres fall off of a cliff. That will be the worry for Oscar Piastri, and of course for that side of the garage in the McLaren. It's definitely going to be a 1-2 for them, but in which order? Of course, Piastri overtaking Norris at the start of this race, slipstreaming past him and slingshotting past him, just like he was the victim of from Max Verstappen in the sprint race. He did exactly the same today on his teammate to gain the lead of this race. But difference in strategies at the moment. Still yet to see whether it is going to pan out. 35 laps on the mediums is very optimistic, I agree. But at the moment, with his teammate 8.2 seconds behind, I think you hold on to it for as long as possible, to be honest with you. But we will see. We'll see what they decide to do. It's kind of now or never, to be honest with you. Like, what does he? Because if you want to chase out there, you need enough laps to catch and overtake. But I think we've seen at Spa, even with a significant tyre advantage, it's not a guarantee that you're going to be able to overtake in this set of regulations. So I think Oscar Piastri is going to have his work cut out for him today and have to try and manage these tyres as best as he possibly can to the end of this race, because then you're not relinquishing P1. At the end of the day, you need to force your teammate to try and overtake you. I think that's the approach he should take with the current 8-second gap that he has on his teammate right now. And there's no guarantee that Lando Norris will be able to keep it clean to the end of this race, as well, as we have already seen him make a mistake through Pouon already, which lost him an important 1.2 seconds, which he's now trying to regain. On a brand new set of tyres, Kimi Antonelli, fastest man out on track, a purple middle and last sector. They'll be intrigued to see how quick he will be going in a bit of clean air as well, ahead of Fernando Alonso. I bet the McLarens will be keeping a key eye on that, especially Oscar Piastri, to see how quick they will actually be able to go on a fresh set of mediums at this stage of the race. Lewis Hamilton still coming unstuck behind Alex Albon at this moment in time. He is not able to get past him, just doesn't quite have enough in those tyres. Up 11 positions. A brilliant strategy call by him and his team to get a massive undercut and put himself into P7. The first driver to pit onto slick tyres in that crossover period has massively benefited him, as it did for Nico Hulkenberg, who is up 4 places in P10 as well. Liam Lawson in the point scoring positions at the moment. He has been trying to be chased down by Gabriel Bortoleto, but he comfortably has him covered at the moment. 2.6 seconds Gabriel Bortoleto in P9, and Stake F1 looking at a double point scoring race again here this weekend with Gasly in P11, 4.8 seconds back, being chased down by Tsunoda and Behrman. But you can see there that Norris just a bit quicker than Piastri in the first sector, but Hamilton is a bit closer than he has been on Alex Albon for quite some time. He's under half a second before he even reaches the entry of Eau Rouge. As they make their way over Radion, it'll be DRS open as they make their way down the Kemmel Straight there. 4 tenths. That gap is decreasing ever more as they make their way down the Kemmel Straight. But Alex Albon, I think, just has enough as they make their way into the braking zone of Lake Coombe as Hulkenberg decides to pit from P10. Interesting for Nico Hulkenberg there. Nico Hulkenberg has pitted as Hamilton just doesn't quite have enough at this moment in time. But yes, interesting there as Norris is gaining quite considerably on Piastri this lap. Antonelli, a 44.861. That's almost a 1.5 second advantage there in a Mercedes over the McLarens last time around. That is a interesting lap there from Antonelli, and that's no doubt what some teams will be looking at right now, is that there is an advantage out there to put on a fresh set of boots right now, as Nico Hulkenberg has decided to do. But they have relinquished points here as he slots in behind Esteban Ocon, and he'll have to try and dispatch the Haas driver as quick as possible with a fast Antonelli behind him. Let's see if any of the boys up front decide to do that. Do they decide to pit and respond to the times that are being set by Kimi Antonelli on those fresh set of mediums? No, they are not. It's currently Piastri to Lando Norris in P2. 7.7 seconds is the gap, as Lando did gain 6 tenths on Piastri last time around. I'm not entirely sure where that time was gained and lost there from Oscar Piastri and Lando Norris, but that gap now under 8 seconds with Lando on the hards and Piastri on the mediums. Is this where Piastri's tyres are starting to go with 11 laps remaining? We will keep an eye out on that interval time at the top with Charles Leclerc in P3 being chased down by Verstappen. Verstappen has stayed within that 2.5 second range to Charles Leclerc for quite some time, but we have seen Max do this for a numerous amount of races where he patiently waits and then goes on the attack with that extra tyre life that he has towards the end of this race, which this race is shaping up to be an interesting end for sure. As Lando actually loses time in that middle. Lando's just lost half a second in that middle sector again to his teammate. Where has he lost it? Lando Norris, every time he gains, he loses it, but then he regains it in turns 12 and turn 13 there. So Oscar Piastri, both McLarens having their moments through the middle sector at this stage of the race. Wow, very interesting times. But that gap, ultimately for Piastri, is still safe. With 10 laps remaining when he crosses the start-finish line, it is 8 seconds to him and his teammate at the moment, and he will be extending his championship lead to 16 points at the end of this race after potentially winning this, after finishing second yesterday and winning this race. As Lando does seem to have the better of his teammates in the third sector, but see there, a 46.8 compared to a 46.6. He had a 31.5 in the first sector, Lando, so he had a bit of a moment, I think. He had a big lock-up through the first sector, Lando, which cost him, so I'm not sure, I mean, that potentially lost him half a second there from that very long run down to the end of the Kemmel Straight, and that's how important turn 1 is here. Nico Hulkenberg got past Esteban Ocon pretty quickly, which will be music to his ears as he's starting to put out a gap on Ocon, who is unfortunately on that lower downforce setup today. Are we going to have a Silverstone 2020 again? I mean, we'll see. 8-10. I mean, if Piastri takes, I still say, if Piastri takes these medium compound tyres over 30 laps here to the end of this race, it'll be a tremendous effort from him, especially to hold off his teammate on the hard compound tyre. But I wonder when. I mean, surely now Lando's got to go on the attack. Surely. I haven't heard any information. Lando, these tyres are getting tricky. You need to keep the focus. Don't push the brake in as hard as we have been. A bit of coaching there from Will, his engineer, to Lando Norris to try and ensure he keeps these tyres in the right window. So they still think this race is going to come back to them. You're naturally quicker. Don't push the brake in as we have been. You're naturally quicker is what is being informed to Lando. So they still think on Lando's side of the garage there is a race here and that Piastri may still pit or Lando is going to catch Piastri with him at the pace he is currently going. But this is where Lando, of course, with these errors, these driving errors at the moment, is losing himself important time. 7.5 seconds is the gap at the moment as Antonelli dispatches Ocon at the end of the Kemmel straight there. Oh no, he loses it back. Ocon gets back past Antonelli through Lecombe, and Antonelli unfortunately thought he had the move done but then lost it to Esteban Ocon there. Rookie error from Kimi Antonelli, where we've seen a few rookie errors from him this weekend. Just watching the replay now as they made their way down the Kemmel straight. Kimi Antonelli went round the outside, but due to him getting on the curb, he left the door open for Esteban Ocon to get back past. So Kimi Antonelli unable to make that move stick there, and that has left him under attack and vulnerable to Alonso down in 17th place. So not where he wants to be fighting for sure. With 8 laps left, you need to be 2 seconds a lap faster. Just not worth it now. Yeah, indeed. So it's about Lando catching Oscar Piastri at this moment in time. And, well, you have to say, I mean, the gap is now down to 7.1 seconds. So Oscar Piastri is going to have to ensure... It's a very fine balancing act for Oscar Piastri right now, because I don't think he can probably maintain the pace that Lando Norris can set and ensure that he has enough tyres left at the end. So it's basically, with 9 laps remaining, it's Oscar Piastri just having to manage his pace and ensure that he has Lando enough tyres left when Lando probably eventually catches him, as that gap has now come down to 7 seconds. So this is going to be Lando Norris on full push mode now to the end of the race. And I guess the question is how quick can he go? We will see. Alex Albon still holding off Lewis Hamilton in P6. Lewis Hamilton just not able to have the pace to get past Albon at this moment in time. As Lando, 6.9 seconds is the gap to his teammate. Let's see what it is when he crosses the start-finish line. It is a 1:45.9 compared to a 46.5. So he's 6 tenths quicker that lap last time around to Oscar Piastri. And, well, if he's 6 tenths quicker with 8 laps remaining with 6.8 seconds between them, that's not enough, is it? He needs to be going quicker than that, than Oscar Piastri, to even have 1 lap of an opportunity to overtake his teammates. But he needs to really put on the afterburners now. We'll keep an eye on that interval. He needs to be really a full second quicker than his teammate at the moment to catch up to him and have at least 2 laps to go at him, even 1 lap as it currently stands. This might be the most boring race this year. It does seem like that I'm not going to say it's boring, because it does seem like that we could be seeing teams really come together at the end of this race. The middle of the race hasn't necessarily been that exciting, I won't lie to you, but I feel like the FIA have potentially ruined this by allowing the race to get going as late as it did, unfortunately. But as I mentioned, Max Verstappen, 1.4 seconds back from Charles Leclerc. He is sat in that 2.5 second window behind Charles Leclerc for quite some time, and he is now 1.2 seconds back from Charles Leclerc. He's now starting to use those tyres that he has saved back from the dirty air of Charles Leclerc, and he is on the attack and looking for that podium position. Further back, we have George Russell pretty much in no man's land at the moment. A pretty lonely race for him, as Alex Albon is 3.2 seconds behind, with Lewis Hamilton 1.2 seconds behind as well. He has been unable to close, as Lando Norris is 6.3 seconds behind Oscar Piastri now. Will the dirty air of the car ahead affect Oscar Piastri as much? We will see. He is running clean air so throughout this whole race, which has very much helped him in managing his tyres. But you can see there are 45.7 for Lando Norris compared to Oscar Piastri's 46.4. And, well, Lando needs to keep getting quicker and for his teammates' lap times to go slower at this moment in time. A 45.7 is still not that much of an advantage. 6.1 seconds now, the gap. 7 laps remaining. He is going to run out of laps here, Lando Norris. And, well, those important mistakes where he has lost over 2 seconds on his teammate in the chase down here could be the important factor come the end of this race, where he started on pole position and lost it from his teammate at the end of the Kemmel Straight. But Max Verstappen is nearly in the DRS of Charles Leclerc. He's 1.2 seconds back. Hamilton now in the DRS again of Alex Albon. He did just lose it a little bit there. Not sure if he has it when he heads through Eau Rouge. He might have just lost it on the exit of turn 1. But yes, we are starting to see Spa, with this fully dry circuit now, be pretty tricky to overtake, as we saw last year, unfortunately, as Gasly is still holding off Yuki Tsunoda and Ollie Behrman there. They have been in under the rear wing of Gasly, who is now in P10 for quite some time. And I'm a little bit surprised, to be fair, that Nico Hülkenberg made that second pit stop. We'll see whether or not Stake F1, who Hülkenberg, of course, overruled them with their strategy decisions in Silverstone to secure himself a podium. They might have made the wrong decision there by pitting him for a second pit stop, because he is now behind Lance Stroll, and well, he needs to overtake Behrman, Tsunoda and Gasly, 4 drivers, to get himself back up into the points if those drivers decide not to pit, which it does seem like with 7 laps remaining, it is definitely most likely a one stop here. Norris, 5.5 seconds, 5.4 seconds is the gap now, as Oscar Piastri potentially starting to feel the effect of the dirty air from Isaac Hadjar, ahead of 45.686 for Lando Norris. That's 8 tenths there on his teammate last time around. That's the sort of lap he needs, as Isaac Hadjar is starting to get involved in this race with 6 laps remaining. But it's still one thing to catch, another thing to overtake. Lando Norris needs to keep pushing if he wants even one attempt to overtake his teammates. Of course, Piastri will have to get past Isaac Hadjar, as there are blue flags now waved for Isaac Hadjar. He will in turn receive the dirty air of Hadjar soon, as Leclerc is told, as Leclerc is telling his engineers, leave me alone. Leave me alone. I don't need to see how close. I don't need to know how close Max Verstappen is behind me. I can see him in my rear view mirrors, as he's 1.4 seconds behind. So he tried to go on the charge, but he hasn't necessarily been able to close up the gap, as Piastri, while he would have been feeling the dirty air effect of Isaac Hadjar, he did gain from the slipstream that he had from him there, as he did a better first sector than Lando Norris last time around. But Norris, how quickly will he be able to get onto the back of Isaac Hadjar? That gap is less than 5 seconds at the moment, with 6 laps remaining. He needs to gain more than this at the moment, as he just gained 7 tenths in the middle sector there on Oscar Piastri. Wow, 7 tenths. That is a considerable margin there. He'd love to gain some more, of course, in the last sector. Oscar Piastri having to overtake Isaac Hadjar in this middle sector. We'll see if Hadjar is a little bit more easier to let Lando Norris by. Lando needs to gain 1 second per lap. He does really at the moment. At the moment, this is a great drive from Oscar. Yes, he complained about his tyres falling off a cliff, as another 8 tenths, 9 tenths almost taken out there, really, from Oscar Piastri, from Lando Norris on Oscar Piastri. 4.7 seconds is the gap now, but it does feel like this is going to be too little too late, barring a mistake from maybe Oscar Piastri, as Norris is also going to catch Isaac Hadjar at the exact place Oscar Piastri did. He needs to get past Hadjar in quick fashion. We will see if he will, but Oscar Piastri, of course, lost 7 tenths because of overtaking Hadjar last lap, which benefited Norris, but he could be returning he could regain those 7 tenths if Hadjar is not able to get out of the way of Lando. We will see if there is a blue flag for Hadjar very soon. He'll be feeling that dirty air, no doubt. It will not be what Norris wants to see right now. He wants to see clean air. He wants to see the rear wing of his teammate ahead, but as he goes through the middle sector at the moment, he is not getting that, as he's getting the rear wing and the dirty air of Isaac Hadjar as he makes his way into P1. He's just not close enough to get those blue flags, and this is hurting. This is hurting Norris every single time right now. You can see the gap is actually increasing to Oscar Piastri, as there's finally a blue flag for Isaac Hadjar for Lando Norris. And where Lando has been gaining half a second on his teammate in the middle sector every lap, he's actually lost a tenth, I think, or the gap has maintained, as this is hurting Lando's chances now. Over half a lap, Isaac Hadjar has been in the way of Lando Norris. Oscar Piastri did get hurt as well, as Hadjar is not still moving out of the way of Lando Norris as they make their way through Blanchimont. I think Hadjar will have to move out of the way now as they head into the braking zone of the bus stop, and he does indeed, but Isaac Hadjar held on to that for quite some some time, rather than letting Lando Norris through. And well, that gap, he has gained a little bit in the slipstream of Hadjar in that last sector, but that was a 45.9 there compared to Piastri's 46.3, and that's only 4 attempts with 4 laps remaining. That is not the advantage that he needs. There are cells of rain developing around the track, currently clear. We are monitoring. Oh my goodness, are we in for a late downpour here in the last lap or so here at Spa? Could there be one more twist here at this Belgian Grand Prix? We will see, guys. Over nearly 15,000 of you here in the stream, over 14,000. If you could hit the like button, be much appreciated. And of course, subscribe as well. Let's get this stream to 55,000 subs. Surely there's 3,000 of you here in this stream who have yet to hit that subscribe button, because really the only battle worth focusing on at the moment is this one for the lead, as drivers have been held in position for quite some time. It does seem really that Nico Hülkenberg, the strategy to put him onto a second set of medium compound tyres, has failed miserably as they removed him from 10th and is now finding himself in 13th. He is catching up to Behrman and Sonoda and Gasly, but Gasly is holding on to P10 comfortably here at the moment. But Lando Norris 4 seconds behind Piastri at the moment. We are yet to see if there'll be more rain on the way. It would be unbelievable if there is at the end of this race, and whether or not it does play a factor. Sochi comes to mind again all those years ago, where Lando Norris, of course, lost his first opportunity to win a race by staying out there on slicks. Could we see something similar here with Oscar Piastri leading? Of course, it wouldn't be the first race win for either of the two McLarens, but it could be very influential when it comes to the end of this championship battle. As it currently stands, Oscar Piastri will be increasing his championship lead by a further 7 points. He gained a point yesterday over his teammate. It would be 266 points to 250, a 16-point difference as they head into Hungary. But 3.7 seconds is the difference between Norris and Piastri. And well, as it currently stands, Norris needs some assistance from his teammate to make a little error and bring him back into an opportunity, at least one opportunity at the end of this race. I don't think anyone expected many to be able to take this medium compound tyre as long as they did. It has been a comfortable one-stop here. It's very, very typical, isn't it, that Pirelli brought a skipping of the compound here this weekend. The C1, the C3 and C4 to ensure that there wouldn't be a boring one-stop here this weekend. But with the rain, which we thought would spice things up, the FIA got in the way and said, no, leave it to us, because we'll wait for a drying circuit and make it an easy one-stop strategy, which is what we have unfortunately seen here unfold today. But there could still be, as we mentioned, one final twist. It doesn't seem like there's any rain at the moment, as Oscar Piastri is told. Weather update, there could be a few raindrops in turn 1 in the last couple of laps. Not currently expecting it, but not impossible, is what has just been relayed to Oscar Piastri, as the gap is 3.1 seconds at the moment from Lando Norris to his teammate. A 45.9 there. He's just gained half a second on his teammate in that middle sector alone. But as we know, catching is one thing, overtaking is another. As it currently stands, we will see whether or not he is going to be able to hold on to this Oscar Piastri with those medium compound tyres, but he's done tremendously well in holding on to this at the moment. Thankfully for him, pitting would have been the wrong decision, and relinquishing that track position, holding on, trying to hold on to this and force his teammate into overtaking him has been the right decision. And interestingly enough, Lando Norris has already lost 2 seconds throughout this chase earlier on, as he did a 45.2 compared to compared to Piastri's 45.9, and Lando has just lost a heap of time in the first sector with another lockup. And Lando Norris there is, look at that interval time, he's losing over half a second as he makes his way to the end of the Kemmel Straight. He has lost so much time there. He's already done this once before, Lando, and well, through an error at Pouhon and through another error there, he has lost in total around 2.5 to 3 seconds this race in the chase alone, from mistakes at Pouhon, from mistakes in the first corner. And well, look at that gap now, it's just over 4.5 seconds. And well, Lando Norris, he has lost this race here unless there is a considerable downpour at the end. Oscar Piastri has done unbelievable here. We're on the penultimate lap of this race. Hamilton, his charge earlier on with Alex Albon has come unstuck as he has not been able to overtake. And unfortunately, this is what has happened here at this race, is that we have seen no tyre offsets at all in this race, which has been a real shame. And that is why the only driver, we saw Lando Norris, the only driver to go on the hard compound tyre earlier on. And if he pushed maybe a bit sooner, he could have potentially won this race. It's still not over yet, though, of course, until we see the checkered flag as Oscar Piastri makes his way through Blanchimont and into the bus stop chicane for the second last time, for the penultimate time here. He has done very, very well managing this race on these medium compound tyres. If anyone had questions about, as we have an on-track overtake, as Ollie Bearman has finally overtaken Yuki Tsunoda and finds himself in P11. Can he chase down Pierre Gasly with one lap remaining? We will see, because we are on the final lap now with Oscar Piastri 5 seconds ahead of Lando Norris as his charge has been halted through his own mistakes. And of course, he lost the race at the end of at the end of turn 5, and well, Piastri has never looked back. He has managed his tyres perfectly. As I mentioned, if anyone had questions over his tyre management today, he has definitely answered those, as he has taken these medium compound tyres and managed his race pace perfectly, and as it currently stands, is increasing his championship lead to 16 points over Lando Norris, doubling it after this weekend, as he went into this race weekend with 8 points. As he makes his way through No Name at the moment. Bearman is all over the rear wing of Pierre Gasly now. He has been unleashed. Can he score the last point scoring positions here? We will see. Hulkenberg, it turns out to be the wrong decision to put Hulkenberg onto a brand new set of tyres, as he has found himself behind this train of Yuki Tsunoda and Ollie Bearman and Pierre Gasly. Thank you. 14,000 viewers at the moment. Yes, nearly 15,000 viewers. Much appreciated, guys. If you continue to hit the subscribe and like button, as we are in the last sector here for Oscar Piastri and Lando Norris. Lando has gone on the charge. He went onto the hard compound tyre. They thought that Oscar Piastri wouldn't be able to take this medium compound tyre to the end of the race. But as so often is the case with Pirelli, we don't see what they expect. It has turned out to be not the most thrilling race at Spa, but it's at least better than last year. As we have seen, Oscar Piastri come round the last corner and he wins the Belgian Grand Prix. Lando Norris finishes second. He extends his championship lead to 16 points over Lando Norris when they head into Hungary next time around. Charles Leclerc has held off Max Verstappen for this whole race, and well, he's going to finish third, barring one last corner here through the bus stop chicane. And Charles Leclerc, who would have thought it, Ferrari on the podium with Max Verstappen fourth. George Russell, a slow lap from here, a slow race from him really, a lonely race in P5 as Lewis Hamilton, can he go late on the brakes and outbrake Alex Albon into the bus stop chicane? No, he cannot, but Lewis Hamilton will come behind Alex Albon in P7, Alex Albon in 6th, 11 places gained by Hamilton, who made a brilliant strategy decision as well. Interestingly, Alex Albon has that last lap time deleted for track limits through turn 10, so we'll see whether or not he may have to relinquish that position. I'm not entirely sure. We will see. Liam Lawson scores another point for RB, a great drive from him, with Gabriel Bortoletto also scoring points as well for himself and Stake F1. Pierre Gasly scores the last solitary point there, thoroughly well deserved, especially after having an unfortunate water leak on the grid yesterday after qualifying 8th. Ollie Bearman finishing 11th, again just falling short when it came to scoring points. Potentially could have had better today if the team didn't hold him behind Esteban Ocon for as long as they did. Nico Hulkenberg, a poor strategy decision by Stake F1, removed him from P10 when he was there quite lonely and comfortably, and he ends up finding himself in P12. Yuki Tsunoda, one of the biggest losers today due to the strategy options of keeping him out on the intermediates tyres from too long, in P13. Lance Stroll was in P14. Ocon is in P15, Kimi Antonelli in 16th, Alonso 17th, Carlos Sainz 18th, Colapinto 19th, and Hadjar, the biggest loser today, in P12. And that is it for the Belgian Grand Prix, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, let's have a look at your championship standing, shall we, before we give your driver of the day votes. We can see here that Oscar Piastri now leads 266 points to Lando Norris 250 points. Verstappen gains 12 points there, is on 185 points, with George Russell on 157. No changes up and down the board here, really, apart from Gasly, who moves up into P12 ahead of Lance Stroll, and Lawson moves up ahead of Fernando Alonso, and is now only 4 points behind Lance Stroll. Still, the only driver yet to score, still the only car yet to score points on the grid is that of Colapinto and Jack Doohans, as they scored 0 points. Everyone else on the grid has scored points, of course, in the Constructors' Championship. It is done. It is done for McLaren. They have over double the amount of points as what Ferrari have at the moment. They are on 516 compared to Ferrari's 248, who extend their lead in second over Mercedes. 248 to 220 of Mercedes. Red Bull Racing, 192 points. They should have been double point scoring position today. They made the wrong strategy decision for Yuki, unfortunately, which was a real shame for him because he deserved better. But there we go. There we go. Some drivers won and lost out on the strategy decisions. As we can see here, those biggest losers, Tsunoda, Hadjar in particular, I think he was running a lower downforce setup anyway. They stayed out there too long on the intermediates and they lost so much time. Hamilton, the biggest gainer when it came to strategy, finishing P7, if only for him if he started a bit further up. Hulkenberg, don't know why Stake F1 decided to pit Hulkenberg out of... It was initially one of the big gainers as well, with Hamilton pitting with him. Don't know why they decided to pit him for a second time. It cost them double points and him a P10, which allowed Pierre Gasly to finish in P10 there. So yes, very interesting. Right, driver of the day. Thank you for everyone for tuning in. As always, it has been a long stream today. Of course, we had the race postponed for over an hour and 20 minutes. I'll get onto my thoughts in a second about the FIA and this race in general, because I think they got in the way today of us having a much more interesting race, which is a real shame. I am on the Missed Apex podcast later on as well, so you can tune into that and hear my thoughts with the panel there. But yes, this race could have been so much better today. But let's have a look at your drivers of the day. Let's go Piastri. Let's go Hamilton. Let's go Jarvis. Thank you for the gifted again, by the way. Let's go to Pierre Gasly and one other. I think that's it, really. There's no one else, is there? Piastri, Hamilton, Gasly. Let's go. I think that's it. I don't think there's anyone else, is there? We could go Leclerc, but I don't think there's too many. So Hamilton got his places with Emma Cup, which was the team call rather than driver. Oscar for driver of the day, without a doubt. That's fair enough, James. I didn't know if it was his call or not. But yes, I mean, he still made, 3 positions up at the start of the race. But yeah, I mean, the undercut, you still have to get it done out on track. I think it's a tough one to do driver of the day. I think for me personally, I agree. I think it's not Lando Norris. Sorry, don't jump on me. I think it's Oscar Piastri. I think for him to take those to get that move done and then to manage those medium compound tyres as well as he did to his teammate was tremendous. If anyone, as I mentioned at the end there, if anyone thought that Oscar Piastri, you still had concerns about Oscar Piastri's tyre management, those have truly been answered, especially at a circuit where tyres are key here to being managed. So why was Sainz so far behind Albon? Because he started so far behind Albon, to be honest. Question is, would Hamilton have won this race had his laps? No, he most definitely would not have done. You saw Hamilton get up behind Alex Albon and get stuck. Simple as. So that's why Hamilton would not have won this race. That's why Verstappen couldn't win the race. And Charles Leclerc is a key indicator of how much pace that Ferrari had, because he was in clean air for the majority of the race, and he finished 20 seconds behind Oscar Piastri. So no, the McLarens were comfortable. So how crucial was tyre timing today? Did early gamblers benefit from those who played it safe? 100%. Yeah, 100%. They weren't really gamblers, to be honest with you. They just timed it perfectly. The track was ready for it. And look at Hamilton. He gained 6 positions there, 5 positions. So I think it was 6 positions actually in the end on the undercut, so or 7 positions. It was tremendous. So just can't believe people can't overtake at Spa. It's mind-boggling. It's terrible when it's Taco. The problem is that we have right. So I'm going to get into it now. I'm going to get into it. Are you ready for a Stuffey rant? You ready for a Stuffey rant? Right. Here we go. Here we go. F the FIA. I'm keeping it PG to an extent. F the FIA. What the hell are they doing? What the hell are they doing? Why? Why did we wait so long for the race to get underway? 2, why was it under a rolling start? 3, why did we spend 4 or 5 laps under the safety car? Ridiculous. Absolutely blooming ridiculous. Because what we have ended up with the track drying out so quickly that we had 10 laps on a set of intermediates and it ended up being a simple one-stop race, which is what Pirelli didn't want us to have. They didn't want us to have. Pirelli brought a skipping of the compounds to try and deter away from it being a one-stop race. Now, you can't control the weather. I get it. It's outside of their control. It's not Pirelli's fault for this weekend at all. But the FIA could have started that race a good 20 minutes before it even began. Good 20 minutes before it even began. So we had much longer on the intermediate tyre. So drivers would be able to potentially push more and rather go into a tyre-saving race, which is what we eventually saw. The only driver who eventually was really pushing out there at the end of the race was Lando Norris. And he never caught Piastri because there was obviously too much of an advantage. I also don't like... I mean, to be honest, questions need to be asked of Lando's side of the garage. Why did they not double stack? Why did Lando not try and keep the pressure on Piastri? He lost 8 seconds. He lost 8 seconds to Piastri with him pitting a lap earlier. They didn't need an extra lap to make the decision of going onto the hard compound tyre, to be honest with you. Or maybe they did, actually. No, I'll take that back. They did need an extra lap to take that decision because they needed, of course, to get the tyres out of the garage if they were going to do a double stack. But I think you just match Piastri and you just try and go for it. Just go for it. Because 8 seconds is just never going to catch. Never going to catch. It's all well and good in hindsight, of course, but still. But I think the FIA have and race control in particular, have ruined... I'm not to say the race would have been better, but I think it would have been a lot better than that. And put it this way, if the track was wetter, we would have seen those... Driver skill has more of an impact. And we see more overtakes in wetter conditions than we do in drier conditions. That's it. And we saw that race, even when they sent the medical car out there, they could have started that race straight away. There was no need for the safety car to be out there for 4 laps. Unbelievable. And all that time under the safety car, and even by the time they've started under the safety car from the medical car going out there, the track is continuing to dry. It was absolutely ridiculous. So that is my rant. I apologise. But there we go. I think Lando's team never should have told him Oscar might pit. I do think the FA really fear the worst of Spa, or they are almost generally scared to put cars on the track and the way around here. Probably, yeah. I mean, it is safety issues. I get that. If FA started in 1 lap, if something would have happened, we'd have been complaining about safety. Look, in the day, these drivers are, I don't know, like that should have been more of a wet race than it actually was. It should have been more of a wet race than it actually was, and as someone said earlier, you get cars out there when it's raining, they disperse the water anyway. So if you could see that the rain was coming to an end, why not get them out there? So, yeah, I just think they are too risk averse. Of course they are, and I get it comes down to safety, but still, like the visibility was not that bad. Especially earlier on, so there were wet conditions in Silverstone as Max couldn't testify. Yeah, hindsight seems unfair when it comes to weather decisions in Belgium. I don't even think it's hindsight. I think, look, the fact of the matter is that they made 2 mistakes today. They allowed the drivers to go out there when they saw that the weather was really on its way in. They should have postponed the race start before they even sent drivers out there. And then when it comes to the actually starting of the race, they should have got... I mean, we are getting to the point where we are not even seeing wet races. We're just not seeing wet races. So, and I get that there is a safety concern because of the visibility and so forth. However, there is a point where the track conditions, the drivers can get out there sooner. There's always been a lack of visibility to a certain extent, and they need to ensure that the drivers can still... Spa, in their opinion, is just not raceable in the wet. Well, then maybe it's the right, and I hate to say this, maybe it's the right decision to remove Spa from the calendar on rotation, because we're going to get more wet races than we do dry races at Spa, aren't we? So, what's the point? Yeah, they carry the wet tyres to every race. Why not do 2 laps and mandate everyone on wets to clear the track? Could have started half an hour earlier. I don't know. It's just frustrating. Very frustrating. Driver of the day votes. By the way, thank you for everyone for getting the stream to over 52,000 subscribers. Much appreciated as always, and over 2,300 likes. It's been a long one today. It's been a very long one. How long have we been live for? I don't even know how long we've been live for. 3.5 hours. That is a long time. FIA must figure out a way to reduce the spray from wet weather tyres in order to... It's not... I mentioned it earlier. It's the cars that are the issue. It's not the tyres. But the fact of the matter is that today we should have had a longer wet... We should have been racing in wet conditions longer than we did. I think, what was it, 10 laps? 10 laps we were racing in wet conditions. And even then, it wasn't wet conditions. It was drying conditions. So, if you can see that the storm cell was moving across, the drivers should be able to race out there when it's still raining. So, am I optimistic about next year's regulations? I'm optimistic in the form of that I think it's going to be chaotic, yes. So... Where's your Stuffeyy merch? I'm still brainstorming on it. Max ran a high downforce swing. Unfortunately, they don't have the pace over the long distance and can't run a low downforce swing. Yeah, I mean, look, Max probably could have got Charles if it was wetter conditions, but in dry conditions, he didn't have the top speed. So he was in the position that Piastri found himself in yesterday, of course. So, yeah. Been here since the start. It was a long stream, but a good one. Thank you, Josh. Much appreciated, mate. But yes, the important thing is that Oscar Piastri has extended his championship lead. He has doubled the amount of points lead he had over Lando coming into this weekend. So yeah. Stuffy for the commentator today. Thank you. My commentary is better than Sky F1. Thank you, buddy. Much appreciated. I mean, I do try. I mean, even if it was a bit of a boring race, I hope the stream wasn't. So I hope you've enjoyed it, and I hope you've had a good Sunday regardless. My Sunday's still not over. I've got to cook dinner. I've got to do the Missed Apex podcast. So I'll be looking forward to putting my feet up at the end of the day. But yeah, I love doing these streams for you all, guys. Thank you to everyone who is new to the channel as well. Welcome. We'll be back, of course, next week at Hungary. And then we go on a 3-week break. And that's another track which Oscar has won. Of course, he won last year. That's where the debacle happened, of course, of them pitting Oscar and him coming out behind Lando. So, but yeah, what do we think about Lando? What do we think about the decision today from McLaren? Was it the right decision to split the strategy? Should they have left him? I know hindsight's a beautiful thing. I guess the question is, could Lando have caught Oscar on the same tyre? Because they lost 8 seconds by staying a lap out there longer on the intermediate. So, which driver surprised me the most today? Not just in results, but in racecraft, tyre calls, or composure under pressure. It's a good question. I think Gasly. I could say Piastri. But I think Gasly literally had Behrman, Holcomb. He had Behrman and Sonoda under his rear wing for like half the race. and he did really well to hold them off and score a point. So once again, I think Gasly doesn't get the credit he deserves. I could give Gasly driver of the day, but I'm not going to. I don't think he deserves it that much. But Gasly doesn't get the credit he deserves. That performance right there for Gasly will just go under the radar, and people will forget about it. But right decision. Lando lost his own time with mistakes. True. Yeah, I'm thinking about it now. Yes, because if it's so right, let's just play this out. So if he pitted the same time, if they're double stacked, he would have been closer to Oscar, but he would have been on the same set of tyres. And we know that it's difficult without a tyre offset at Spa to overtake. So staying out there longer, going on the hard compound tyre. I guess what they underestimated was how long the medium compound tyre could go for. Lando should have gone on the push a lot sooner on that hard compound tyre than he did. So his side of the garage underestimated the medium compound tyre. There may have been some gamesmanship as well. You never know. There may have been some gamesmanship for Oscar Piastri on his side of the garage where he said, oh yeah, my tyre can't. I'm struggling with my tyres already. To try and maybe force Lando into a bit more tyre saving to ensure he has enough tyres at the end rather than go on the full push. You never know that. You never know that either. But yeah, ultimately, he made 3 seconds worth of mistakes in his chase on Piastri. And look at the gap, 3.4 seconds in the end. And he didn't really push in the last lap or so, last 2 laps, because he lost that time already. So, my pleasure, Janus, my pleasure. Brilliant strategy by Mark Webber and Piastri, purposely qualifying second yesterday so they could do Norris what Max did to Piastri. Yeah, true. Let's go. Did McLaren race 100%? If Piastri did go full speed because of Norris, then Leclerc lost only 4 seconds in 32 laps compared to McLaren. Should we expect something from Ferrari, or is Spa a Leclerc track? Yeah, I mean, you could say that Spa is a Leclerc track. I think he's gone well here in the past, hasn't he? Albon having to defend while managing tyres, also an under-radar great drive. Yeah, I mean, also Albon has to be... I mean, he's done this so often, isn't he, at Spa, where he's held off quicker drivers behind, so... I think if they were on the same tyre, Lando wouldn't have gotten as close as he did. Yeah, I'm thinking that now, maybe. I think Lando was at a big disadvantage after the stop. They also messed up his pit stop time. He had to gamble and push hard. Not surprising that mistakes come. Yeah, but I don't think he maybe pushed as hard as he could have done, though. That's the thing. I actually don't think he pushed as hard as maybe he could have done, because he definitely was just going at a rate of knots that was like similar to Piastri, wasn't he? So he wasn't pushing on his hards by any means. But yeah, obviously hindsight's a beautiful thing. But you would suspect that maybe his side of the garage would have noticed him, could have got him to push maybe quicker. The hard compound tyre, I mean, maybe it's a bit of an unknown that they didn't know if the C1 would... I mean, I think you've got the data from last year. I think you could quite comfortably say that the hard compound tyre could go 30 laps at a pushing. So, yeah. Even if Lando had caught Oscar, he wouldn't have had enough laps to overtake him. And, well, that's exactly that. So when you're the lead car, this is the thing that people kind of get a bit misconstrued, is that, oh, the lead car didn't win by X amount of seconds, and the car that was second was catching up to him. Yes, but that's because, as we mentioned, catching is one thing, overtaking is another. There's no point trying to manage a 10-second lead when you're just going to burn up your tyres, and then that delta's going to get even bigger for the car behind, who's on maybe younger tyres on the same compound, or on longer lasting, harder compound tyres. So what often happens is that the lead driver just comfortably goes around at a pace that the team will tell them is suitable to manage the tyres in the right window. And if the car behind that is considerably quicker arrives, they've got to have a much larger delta, so they've already used a lot of their tyre to catch up to them, and then they've got to make sure that they have enough delta to be able to overtake the car ahead with, of course, dirty air and so forth. And the lead driver needs to ensure that he has enough tyres in case of that scenario, and also in case of a safety car. If there was a safety car and Piastri had just tried to pull out a 13-15 second lead on Norris, which maybe he could have done, he then, let's say a late safety car, he's then got no tyres left at the end, because Norris is in that pit stop window, he gains track position, etc., or he's like right behind him with fresher tyres. So Lando's a brilliant driver, but Oscar will take the World Drivers' Championship before him. Oscar is just too good. He's doing very well at the moment, isn't he? Doing very, very well. So he's definitely in the ascendancy. My pleasure, guys. Thank you as always. How the FA can go from manipulating championships to not racing on damp tracks is one hell of a transition. Do I still think Oscar is better on his good day? No. No, I still don't. I still think Lando is, on his perfect day, better than Oscar's perfect day. But Oscar is definitely getting that gap closer and closer and closer and closer and closer. And by any means, he is not slow, as I said. And you're talking about perfect days here. And I've said this before, in sports and championships and things, the greats, it's not about how good they are on their good days. It's about how good they are on their bad days. The best players in the world of any sports and the best sportsmen of their sports, they are still like brilliant on their bad days, and that is what makes them so good. So it's all well and good being great on your good day, but if you're not consistent, as Lando, we've said many times with Lando, and if your bad days aren't still scoring enough points and winning races, that's the difference. And that's what Oscar Piastri has showcased this year, is that when he's good, he's very good. And when he's got some bad days, he still only finishes third. So that's why he's leading by 16 points. That's why he's turned around a 20-point deficit at the start of this season. So in the end of these regs, in these cars, enjoying the variety. Some races won and grid set on first corner. Other time management skills, pit strategy, wet or extreme heat. The margins relying on racecraft. Yeah, I mean, look, I said this before. I don't need necessarily every single race weekends to be full of overtakes and things, but what I do want is there to be at least some intrigue in the race and so forth. And today, yes, there was still some intrigue with Lando, but the gap of 8 seconds is always a lot to bridge. If that gap was 5 seconds maybe after the pit stops, then yes, or 4 seconds, it would have been a lot closer. But we saw not even really anything happen up and down the field throughout once they all got onto slick tyres after the pit stops had been made. So that was a shame. So. Take your advice and start IndyCar live streams. Yeah, I don't get track maps and stuff though, so that's the thing. So, Lando is error prone. Yeah, well, I mean, we saw that today. We saw it today in the chase. We saw Lando make more than 3 seconds worth of mistakes today. I still don't know what happened at Puon. They didn't show it on the TV coverage, or I missed it. And he had 2 lockups into turn 1, which cost him like 2 seconds worth in the end. He lost 1.2 seconds in his mistake at Puon, and then he lost overall like 1.5 seconds from his mistakes into turn 1. Those are mistakes that you cannot be doing if you're trying to chase down the lead and chase down your championship rival. So, like, the defense into turn 1, that's the nature of being on pole position at Spa. Could he have done anything different? Maybe. Could he have done anything different if it came to the race restart? Maybe. I mean, what do you do? It's such a long run. Maybe he could have tried to bunch up the field and not go as soon as he did. Maybe he could have tried to allow more pressure to be put on his teammate with Max and Charles behind, so it wasn't just an easy slipstream for Oscar. I'm not going to put too much harshness and discredit on, or criticism on, Lando for the race start, but thereon afterwards, yeah, you have to cut out those those mistakes. In Puon, he oversteered and got on the curb and then couldn't get back on because it was wet offline. Yeah, exactly, yeah, so. Yeah, the snap at Puon, okay. Could be dirty air when getting close to Piastri. He wasn't that close to Piastri, though, at that point. He was 7.5 seconds back. And then he went up to over 9 seconds back. And that was really, so. The lockups were shown in the coverage, yeah, I saw that. So, but Puon I missed, so. Have Williams become a one-man team, VJ? Well, I'll tell you what. What is going on with Carlos Sainz? I think Carlos Sainz, to be perfectly honest with you, has been getting a little bit of a buy in the media. I think Carlos Sainz has had an absolutely shocking season. Absolutely shocking season. I gave him a bit of... I gave him a bit of, shall we say, leeway at the start of the season with, obviously, like, similarly with Lewis, where he changed from a Ferrari power unit to Mercedes power unit. But the mistake at Australia was his mistake. He touched that white line. He can say that the engine hit the rev limiter. Well, that's what happens when your rear wheels hit a slippery white line. So that was his mistake there. And then since then, he's just been nowhere near on the pace of his teammate. Nowhere near on the pace of his teammate. And I think he deserves a lot of criticism. And I rate Sainz, but he is getting outperformed comprehensively by Alex Albon. And I don't know what's going on with him at the moment. Now, of course, Alex Albon, you do expect to be quicker than Sainz because he's been at that team for longer. And I credit Alex Albon, because it's a make or break year for Alex, because everyone was rating Sainz very highly, and Alex has answered the call. He has risen to the challenge, and he is outperforming a very highly rated driver. And Sainz finishing 18th today is not acceptable. Yes, they did make a second pit stop, I think, so he went onto the hards, but he never made any ground today. Never made any ground up today, and the sprint race, yeah, he did okay there, but I don't know he's just not. He deserves a lot of criticism. It's not good enough. Absolutely not good enough at the moment. You believed Eau Rouge will be removed one day and an old school bus stop chicane put in. Surprised the cars don't have fluffy dice. He hasn't been very lucky, but the media hasn't really cared. I know, Taco. And the thing is as well, like, James Vowles is very, very supportive of him, understandably. But yeah, you expect better for Sainz, especially since Sainz jumped straight into that car in testing at the end of season test at Abu Dhabi, and his lap times are very good. So you're thinking, okay, like, the adaptability side of things isn't going to be an issue for Sainz. He's going to be able to like get up to speed pretty quickly, and I'd be concerned a little bit if I'm Alex Albon after seeing those lap times in testing at the end of Abu Dhabi last season. But no. He's just been, like, nowhere, really. It's been shocking for him. Ferrari still having to lift and coast. Were they, Trevis? Oh, God. Well, I guess the thing is, lift and coast, I mean, Lewis Hamilton had a brand new power unit put in. Charles Leclerc might be at the end of his allocation as well. So lifting and coasting in a race there where Verstappen wasn't going to be able to get past. Makes sense, I guess. Lando made a mistake by using his battery at the rolling start to try to build a gap, hence now had no battery to defend at the end of the straight and made that overtake super easy for Piastri. Did he really, Warren? Where have you got that information from? Did he say that? Or has that been relayed somewhere? That'd be interesting. If that's the case, then yeah, that's poor decision, really, isn't it, from him? Lewis was lifting coasting. Yeah, so that makes sense because they've just put a brand new engine in his car. No need to stress it anymore, so... Do I think Ferrari will improve their performance in 2026 with the new regs? No idea. I can't answer that. If I could answer that, I'd be a very rich man. Hamilton had to lift and coast more than Charles in the race. Okay, fair enough. On the radio, was that relayed? That's interesting then. That's very interesting. These days, engineers are more important than drivers, as seen by Red Bull. Yeah, I mean, look, it always has been. The cars have always been 80 to 85% of the reason why people win world championships. It's not the sole reason. We do know that the driver makes a lot of difference, as we've seen from Max and the driver who's always been in that second seat. But yeah, the car always makes a big factor. To me, he said, "I've got no pack," and his engineer was like, "Because you used it all." So he didn't use his... Hang on, so he used his battery at... What, to try and build the gap into the bus stop? Hang on. Yeah, Nico's literally asking Zach Brown that now about the battery power. Nico is laying into Zach Brown about the battery. So Zach Brown just said that there was a battery issue with Lando's car. Now, how true that is, I don't know, but he said that's something that we need to review. And Nico just laid in on him and went, "Whoa, that's not good enough, is it? Like, that's not good when you've got two drivers who are fighting it out for the World Championship, that's potentially cost Lando a race win today or holding on to it." So that's why then. So the battery either didn't deploy correctly or it deployed too early or something. There was something wrong with the battery, supposedly. I know, how bad of... You have a go at Zach Brown on TV. Yeah, you tell him. You tell him, Mila. Nico being Nico. Yeah, but he gets to it because... Yeah, obviously that's potentially cost Lando the race win today. We knew that leading into turn 5 would be very important. And that could have... We know that big run down from turn 1 to turn 5, even in those conditions, even with maybe a little lift through Eau Rouge, you need as much pace as possible. And that battery, having that extra deployment, gives you a lot more speed. So, equal machinery. So yeah, he found that out. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know. But... I don't know. I don't think they would try... I don't think Zach Brown would try and belittle Piastri's race win for the sake of that. So if... You know, that seems like... Because someone could take that as being like, well, you're belittling Piastri's race win because the only reason maybe he won it and got the lead is because Lando had an issue with his car. So I don't think he'd say that for the sake of it. Do I think if they introduced refueling during races, we would get to close or achieve the overtaking situations we're missing on narrow circuits? No, not really. I don't think. I think it comes down. I think it just comes down to again having. Sorry, guys. Give me just 2 seconds. What's happening there? Sorry, I just got a important message come through. Okay, nothing there. Sorry, what was I going to say? I can't remember what I was saying. You have to remind me, guys, what my train of thought was there. Sorry. Charles Leclerc, just leave me a note. When did the battery issue occur? On the race start, apparently. On the actual race start. So. Can someone remind me what my train of thought was there? I can't remember what my train of thought was. You guys can let me know. Piastri is the first guy since Verstappen who knows to fight, but even he is still a pupil compared to Mad Max. Ooh. Zach Brown battery. Was I talking about a Zach Brown battery? Oh, refueling. Sorry, you're refueling. Sorry, yes. So no, I don't think refueling would sort out the issue because I think what we need, and I've said this before many a time, what we need is tyre offsets. That's what we need. Spa, unfortunately, has lended itself to being, unfortunately, not a great circuit, which pains me to say, for these current generation of F1 cars to be raced at. Pirelli did the right thing this weekend, I think, by bringing the C1 and then the C2 and C3. But seeing how they were able to take the medium compound tyre for 30 laps, and it was only a 44-lap race, even if this was a dry race, you still probably would have seen the medium to soft compound tyre used, I think, at the end. Or even the hard. Because the hard, Lando did showcase there that the hard compound tyre was still a quick tyre. So that was the concern that people thought, was that the hard compound tyre wouldn't be quick enough. That was kind of like the dispelling. That's why they skipped the C2 compound, to try and push people away from the hard compound tyre, that it would be too slow. But Lando showcased that wasn't the case, and that there was still plenty of pace in that tyre, but the medium was still too durable enough. So really, you need to go even a step softer than what we saw here this weekend, so that there is a forced two-stop and even potentially skip a compound at Spa in this current regulation of cars, which we're not going to see anymore, of course, next season, to ensure that there are a difference in strategies. And we actually see teams having to basically removing the one stop from Spa, because we've seen the one stop. Unfortunately, we saw a two stop last year, but it was a comfortable two stop. We saw the one stop be done by a few teams, and we still saw that even those who did the one stop, i.e. George Russell, yes, he got disqualified in the end, able to hold off Lewis Hamilton, who was on much younger, harder compound tyres. So you need a considerable delta to even be able to overtake here with those tyres. So refueling, it used to, yeah, but then the problem is with refueling is that you then, and I've said this before, you end up with not knowing who's got what fuel in the car, and there's shenanigans happening with the fueling, and you don't necessarily get the true, like, it wasn't very good back in the day, to be honest with you, with refueling. I thought this was happening because of Piastri driving the same style as Verstappen. I thought it was going to be a Max overtake Piastri, or Piastri overtaking Norris. Well, this is one of those circuits where being on pole position, just like it was at Sochi, isn't necessarily the best place to be. First place, second place is arguably best. So we would lose track overtakes and go back to overtaking in the pit lane, reduces risk of contact. Yeah, it wasn't as good as what you... And the thing is, the teams aren't going to want to let us know how much fuel they've put in the car to start with. Just like how they initially, remember when ERS was first introduced, we got to see how much battery the teams had available to them and how much they were using. And then they got annoyed with that, the teams, and they were like, no, we don't like that because it's spoiling the strategy side of things. So they removed the fans and the teams from being able to see how much battery deployment the teams, everyone was able to see. And we still don't know that now, which is massively influential. We still don't know how much battery deployment these teams have. There's no graphic that shows us that. And that provides a key amount. That's a key amount. That is massively key when it comes to a battle. Like, we don't know how they're deploying their battery. Now, of course, the teams would use that to their advantage to try and maybe offset it. But I feel like that's information that we as fans need to know, because... like, we want to see the strategies. We want to see, okay, well, yeah, he is deploying. He is being able to hold off the driver behind to be able to, like, hold on to T5 because he's deploying his battery here and there and he's saving here and there. And I know some people like it, as you've just said, though. I don't like that. I want to see that information. I haven't seen Davidson's. My TV coverage has gone off. What was Davidson's? Sorry, what was Davidson's analysis? What did he say? He's always very good, Anthony Davidson. What do I think the Red Bull car stood today? Was it Max's fault with the cars? Max's car was third fastest, really. I've just watched that snap from Lando. So yeah, that's where he lost a lot of time, didn't he? Then the lock up into turn one. Like, they're small mistakes, but they're costly mistakes. They're so costly, especially when you're trying to chase down your teammate, and like, especially the ones into turn one. Like, you've lost 2 seconds there nearly from 2 small lockups. So V10s and biofuels, this version of F1 is dying. It's the only thing I agree upon with MBS. I don't like MBS, and I don't like what he stands for. But MBS, the only thing I can agree with whatever he said before is is bring back V10s. Once you have mandatory 6-wheel cars, there's a bigger chance something goes awry at the pit stop. Mandatory 2-stop rule for Spa like Monaco. Maybe. I mean, Karun has said this before. He has said that every single racetrack we go to, we should have a mandatory rule where every tyre compound has to be used. I mean... some people called it arbitrary, but then people could also say that having a mandatory pit stop and having 2 tyre compounds used is arbitrary. So... Monaco's a very unique circuit, though, isn't it? Where you can't overtake. Maybe it'd be a bit different at different tracks where you can overtake, so... You still think Piastri is being pushed for some reason? You think it's politics? What, behind the scenes? I think Mark Webber has had a massive, massive impact behind the scenes. 100%. He's pulling some strings for Piastri behind the scenes, I think, for sure. But however, on the other side of things, Piastri is doing what he's supposed to do out on track. He's in his 3rd year, and he's not getting favouritism. He's ensuring he gets the favouritism by ensuring that he qualifies on pole, that he puts his car ahead of Lando Norris, and he's getting those important pit stops first and those important strategy decisions first. So, yes, there is some element of behind the scenes, his camp pushing for him, but Piastri is showcasing that he's a good enough driver. So that's it. Like, it doesn't matter that Lando has been at the team for 7-8 years. If you've got a driver that comes in that is already on the same pace as you and arguably more consistent than you, then like they've been given fair treatment, in my opinion. And they have said that each side of the garage is able to fight against each other. So that's why we saw the difference in strategy today, like we saw back at the Red Bull Ring as well. We saw they're allowed to fight each other because they're so far ahead in the Constructors' Championship. So, sorry, yeah, going back to Max. No, Max's car was probably difficult to tell if he was quick enough in clean air. Similar scenario to yesterday, really, I guess, with him and Oscar Piastri. He was running more downforce than Charles Leclerc, didn't have the top speed to overtake the Ferrari, and yeah, that's where he found himself. Was it a quicker car in clean air? Maybe, but he didn't find himself in that scenario, and that's the unique scenario of Spa. So they just need DRS from the exit of 15 to 17. Yeah, I mean, you could use it for sure. Yeah, you could use it, but I don't know if there's a failure of I guess their concerns there is that if there is a failure of DRS before turn 17, like that's catastrophic, isn't it? You're going straight through Blanchimont and crashing there. So now they should switch the guy with no points car with the top guy just to see what the tech is worth. You're so tired of drivers just managing tyres at the end of races, especially when the races start off good. Well, yeah, that's what we mentioned earlier on with the... that's what happened earlier on with the FIA. My little rant about the FIA. So they by them not starting the race sooner, they ruined that race today, unfortunately. So... You think... Oh, my God, that's a conspiracy. You think McLaren was pushed from 4th to 1st, not to bankrupt? I don't think that's the case, no. Does Lando need a new manager in that case, Nico Rosberg? I don't think so. No, I don't think the politics behind the scene is something that Lando... Because they're being given the fair crack of the whip, aren't they? So I don't think they need... I don't think there's any shenanigans in that regard going on. What we're seeing at the moment is pure... driver ability being a difference of the championship. Lando led 20 points after the first race. He's now 16 points behind again, and that's because Oscar Piastri has been more consistent and Lando has made mistakes, and that's simple as, really, I think. If Lewis had been on that hard tyre at the pit stop, he would have been flying. They had the cheek to tell Lewis to lift and coast when he was catching up massively. Yeah, maybe. I mean, but look, at the end of the day, I mean, what's there really to gain too much from getting past Alex Albon? Would he have caught George Russell? Maybe. I don't know. I mean, Lewis's weekend was already spoiled by him getting track limits, of course, in qualifying yesterday. Not to obviously include the sprint race as well. So I did see that about Nico helping Lando to reach out of his mental game. I think today, though, look, if that battery story's true, then there's not really too much that Lando could have done. There's not anything that Lando could have done about that. The chase on Oscar afterwards, I think the approach from his garage could have been better. They could have maybe seen that the medium compound tyre was going to go to the end and he should have pushed a lot harder sooner on those hard compound tyres. But yeah, ultimately, those little mistakes cost him. But if he pushed sooner, then those little mistakes might have not happened, and they might not have, because you get into a rhythm, of course, and those little mistakes, even if he did make them, might have not have meant a lot in the end, because he would have caught Piastri sooner than not at all. So I really do appreciate Pirelli trying to do stuff with the tyres and make it interesting. No, I agree. I think they did. I do think that they should have probably gone a step softer, though. In hindsight, a step softer would have been perfect, maybe. But hey ho, it didn't work out that way. I think in hindsight, if you look at it, even without the intermediate tyre, as we mentioned, we just saw them take the medium compound tyre 30 odd laps, and then the hard compound tyre was still absolutely fine. So the strategy easily would have been a one-stop today, I think, with a medium onto a hard compound tyre, probably. So... What happened to a trackside reporter? He's probably trying to make his way out of the track right now. So, because Spa is in a bit of middle of nowhere, and I've heard it's not overly great to get home from. So, Should Max stay at Red Bull now or move to Mercedes? Who will have the best car next year? And what are the chances of Max going to Mercedes or Aston? I think he should stay at Red Bull. I've always said this. I think he should stay at Red Bull to see the lay of the land with the new regs. There's no guarantee that Mercedes are going to have the best engine and be the best team to work at for the new regs. Everyone's saying that's the case because they did dominate the last engine reg change with the hybrids in 2014. But there's no guarantee of that. I think he was looking to move to Mercedes to potentially force the management's hand at Red Bull, and also didn't like the scenario at Red Bull behind the scenes. Now that's all changed. He might as well stay for a year and then see what's going to happen. He could go back to the Honda partnership and Newey partnership at Aston Martin, or he could still go to Mercedes. I think the world's his oyster, to be honest with you, and I think he knows that. And I think even if he had a poor season next year in a struggling Red Bull, I don't think his stock is going to be lowered any much. And I think he still will have the picket, have his choice. Oi! All she's done is move the bowl out of your sight. That's all she's done. You're still going to get fed. Bless her. Apparently the force safety car laps effectively how... affected how and when the battery harvested energy. Really? Interesting. Because they should have... So how their battery storage works is that they've got different modes of where they've got pre-installed areas on the track of where the battery will be deployed. So they... And then eventually, of course, they've got like the dump all the battery mode, like overtake button, which dumps all of the battery. So they have different modes that they can switch to where it can deploy at certain areas and like regain in others. So maybe that was in the wrong mode, or I don't know. Maybe there was a genuine fault. Odd. Did I see the end of the SF broadcast race? I didn't, Taco. No. I was really tired last night. Went a bit early, so I'll tune into that later. You're almost 100% sure FIA look through the fingers when it comes to the McLaren car? You reckon? Crofty said that, did he? Okay. Well, I'm sure we'll get more information come out of it. But who was the fastest lap? I think it was Lando in the end. Red Bull switching to the Ford engine next year. Where do I think the car will stand next year? As I said, 2026, no one knows. No, I'm not putting any guesses on who's going to get it right and who's going to get it wrong, because no one has a foggy. It's just the regs are still a little bit up in the air. There's still some things that need to be agreed, supposedly. I don't know. I'm not really paying too much attention to the regs until later on this year, when there'll be more focus, of course, on 2026. But yeah, it's from last I've seen of it all, they're still trying to agree changes, which is not good. So he depleted it all. It wasn't an issue. Fair enough. I mean, yeah, if he depleted it all manually, then that's not an issue, is it? But if it was in a mode where it shouldn't have depleted it all or something, then that's not his issue, is it? That's a fault. So, yeah. It's a problem with electronics, eh? Problem with having too many electronics in F1 cars. If they're able to race harder, that will naturally increase the need for new tyres. It will. Yeah, it will. Time to wear the Ferrari shirt next year. With Spa's long straights and tricky braking zones, which team struggled most with straight line speed versus corner grip? It's a bit difficult to say. You can't really see that too much because of the difference in setup choices here this weekend and because of the conditions. Aston Martin were the easiest ones to say were the slowest here this weekend. But you saw it chop and change. You saw the order chop and change of who was good and who wasn't, apart from Aston Martin, who were consistently poor from the sprint race to today. So, moving on to Hungary, who do I think will grab pole and what would the top 5 be? 2 McLarens. I mean, who's going to get pole position? I don't know. It'll be probably something like less than a 10th again between Piastri and Norris. Who has a foggy at the end of the day? Who has a foggy? No one knows. No one knows. Piastri got it last year. No, Norris got it last year, but Piastri got ahead, didn't he, down into turn 1. So, I don't know. It'd be the 2 McLarens, though. And Hungary can always have different... It could be very hot or it could be very wet. So, we could see another topsy-turvy race there. So, what do I think about the WEC BOP in Monaco? Will there be better race? What if the cars are smaller just for Monaco? Monaco is just Monaco, where it's done on a Saturday. Even with smaller cars, you're not going to see a better race. Simple as. It will make it more of an opportunity. We might see 5 overtakes more so than 3, but yeah, Monaco's Monaco in the day. You think Aston Martin's going to dominate this? Well, that's the possibility. They could dominate next year. They could. Lance Stroll could have a championship-winning car, guys. He could have a championship-winning car. I know. I do like a good conspiracy, Dusko. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. I'll tell you which ones I agree with and which ones I don't. Kimi had the fastest lap, did he? Okay, fair enough. Kimi had the fastest lap. You wonder if the Red Bull Ford is a rebadged Honda Red Bull powertrains or an in-house new... It is a new in-house Ford power unit, yeah, or it's a new Red Bull. I think Ford are having more of an influence on the electronic side than they are the actual combustion side. I think the Red Bull powertrains are more focused, are more leading the powertrain, leading the combustion side, whereas Ford are more so on the electronic side. That's what I read somewhere, I think, but I could be wrong there. But no, Honda definitely aren't involved in it, so... But there will be, no doubt, maybe some carryover, some learnings from the Honda engine to the new regs. So, Sound for Tsunoda, you should have pitted with Max on the same lap. They are far apart, so double stacking would be fine. Yeah, I don't know what happened with Tsunoda. He's definitely the biggest loser here from strategy. I mean, he should have been in the points today, comfortably. I don't know what happened there. Anyone who stayed out on the intermediates lost big time. Lost big time. We saw in that single lap, Lando lost 8 seconds on Oscar Piastri. We saw Lewis Hamilton gain 7 places, I think it was, with the undercut. Oh, that's ridiculous. You're surprised we didn't revert to the old, longer DRS after last year. Was it still reduced, Raymond? That's ridiculous if that was the case. I didn't realise that if it was still the reduced DRS. What do I think of Alex Vertz's Monaco track change suggestions of being better overtaking, not holding my breath? I mean, yeah. I mean, that would make it better. You need a longer drag zone, don't you? Because that drag zone now down into the chicane is not long enough. It's just not long enough, so they need to alter it so that there's more of an opportunity to at least get side by side. But yeah, unfortunately, with this current iteration of cars, the good thing is that with certain circuits now, hopefully, they should be better next season with, of course, the new regs, because no one knows what's going to happen. There's not as much emphasis on the downforce of the car. They're not that's why we generally get on a brand new set of regulations the first year, for the most part, unless one team completely dominates it. We get better racing, we get closer racing, because the teams are going into the unknown. They don't know what works, and that provides us with less developed cars. And whereas if you look at like these cars, the floor edges, so when the ground effect era was first introduced, the ground effect, the whole premise of it was to ensure that we gave off less dirty air so that there would be closer racing. We got that in the first season. Brilliant wheel-to-wheel racing up and down the grid. Yes, Red Bull ended up being a step above the rest, and it wasn't really good fighting at the front, but throughout the field it was very, very close racing. But what happened is that the FIA lost the balls, basically, which they initially said they were not going to allow the floors to be overdeveloped, especially the floor trims. And what happened? They gave way. The teams went, no, we need to be able to do this. And they gave way to the teams. And now we have these funky floor edges and obviously the overdeveloped floors of the car, which now give off more dirty air. And that means that they're unable to follow as closely. It provided us the fastest cars in F1 history, as we saw Oscar Piastri smash the lap record here by 7 tenths on a W11 on Friday. But that's why we're in the position now where we don't get as much wheel-to-wheel racing now because of that. But I appreciate Pirelli trying to at least give us more wheel-to-wheel racing with obviously implementing softer tyre compounds and stuff. So, how much can Alpine go without major results before drastic changes are needed, either driver or management? Well, if the rumour is to be believed, this is a factory rumour, apparently. Flavio Briatore is potentially out in the summer, and Otmar, with the former team principal, of course, of Alpine and Force India, he is, with the backing of Hyundai, going to be buying Alpine at the end of the year. Heard it here first. So that is what is the rumour on the grapevine. Whether it's true, it's still just a rumour. But that is the whispers at the moment, so we'll see. But we knew Alpine was up for sale anyway. Supposedly it was high-tech initially, but clearly Ollie Oakes and his brother have been doing some naughty things, allegedly. So that deal is now off the cards. But the Hyundai deal, Hyundai, yeah, potentially coming in with some other backers. Just build out into the sea, either Portier Abu Dhabi style and rejoin the tunnel for enough money. Maybe. We may see that in the future. But anyway, guys, that is it. Are they back into the hypercar, are they? Fair enough. That is it for me. What a long stream. What an afternoon, guys. What an afternoon. We've been live for over 4 hours because we had that hour and a half delay earlier. Could have been better, couldn't it? Could have been better, but one thing for sure is that Oscar Piastri doesn't care because he is now 16 points. He's doubled his championship lead heading into this weekend over Lando Norris. 16 points ahead he is now as we head to Hungary next week. So, yeah, going to be an intriguing one, which can also provide very changeable weather conditions. So, yeah, appreciate you guys as always. Thank you for all the subs. Thank you for the memberships as well. Thank you for your patience because, yeah, it was a long one today. And it was just a shame that the FIA didn't get the ball rolling a bit sooner. So, yeah, have a good rest of your Sunday. We will catch you in a week for some streams. And then, of course, we'll see you next Friday at the minimum for FP1 and FP2. So, yeah, back to normality next weekend with a normal race format. So, yeah, good to see you guys. Have a lovely one. Bye.